Can you imagine being forced to resign from your church-based university for being unwilling to let them hit your children? Hi, everyone. Welcome to Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is August 5th, 2025. I'm here with Margie. Hey, Margie.
Hi.
And we are interviewing Camille Lewis. Hey, Camille.
Hi.
And Camille is so fascinating. She is currently an assistant professor in communication studies at Furman University in Greenville, South Carolina, but she was raised an independent fundamental Baptist, and eventually she ended up attending and working for the Bob Jones University, which I would say, if you think BYU is intense, Bob Jones University might even be more intense than Liberty University. Is that?
Oh, yeah.
See?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, so this is going to be a two-part Mormon Stories. It's following in our tradition of interviewing people who were raised in other high-demand religions or cults. In this case, we're focusing on, again, independent fundamental Baptists. But it's going to be about the history of independent fundamental Baptists / Evangelicals / Bob Jones University. And we're not going to be comprehensive, but we're going to give you a flavor for that faith tradition. That's going to be kind of part one of this interview. And then part two is going to be Camille's upbringing in that tradition and what it was like to be raised as an independent fundamental Baptist. And then part three is going to be, and this will be two parts, so we'll divide those up within the two parts. The third part of the interview is going to be her awakening to deciding that the church wasn't true or wasn't for her, which also coincided with the church wanting permission to literally hit her children. Mm-hmm. I'm not making that up. We're not exaggerating. And then maybe if there's a fourth part, it's going to be after she splits with this tradition, kind of classic Mormon Stories, rebuilding her life after being in a high-demand religion / cult. That's what we're in for today. From what I am expecting, Camille, what did I get right or wrong?
You got it. You got it all.
Is this okay?
Yeah. That's good. You nice summary.
And then if you wanted to give kind of your own introduction, tell us how you would introduce yourself.
I am, casually, I call myself a speech teacher, but I teach public speaking, argumentation, rhetorical criticism, and I study how religious separatists talk their way into the public sphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're an academic.
Yes.
And do you publish books or articles and all that stuff too?
Just in May, my fourth book came out, Fundamentalism.
Wait, is that about the Ku Klux Klan?
Yes, and Bob Jones, the founder of Bob Jones University's membership in the Ku Klux Klan.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
So when you and I were exchanging beforehand, you kind of like Sandra Tanner, is that right?
I want to be like Sandra Tanner. Let me put it that way. Life goals, that's a life goal.
So, but for, to kind of interpret that, you are hoping to be to your tradition what Sandra Tanner has been to Mormonism.
Yes.
And just so Sandra's done a lot of things. What does that mean to you?
That to me means documenting the true past, telling the truth about our past, and not being manipulated into backing down. That's what that means to me.
And so educating people.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Making history.
Yeah. Yeah. And providing proof, because I think it's therapeutic.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. All right, Margie, you ready for this?
I am so ready.
Okay. So Camille, we thought it'd be great to begin with some context.
Okay.
So we did this for viewers and listeners. Old school Mormon Stories. We did Orthodox Jews with Tova Mirvis. We did Scientology. We did Jehovah's Witnesses several times. But we always like to begin giving the background of the religious tradition.
Sure.
So that then we can place Camille's life within the context of the tradition. I know very little about Bob Jones University, and I know even less about what it means to be an independent fundamental Baptist. I grew up in a Baptist town, but it was like First Baptist and Second Baptist.
Oh, yeah.
And all I know about Bob Jones University is like in the political realm, it's viewed as like one of the most extreme. And I think when Matt Harris talked about second-class saints, Bob Jones University came up because in terms of the civil rights movement, maybe Bob Jones University represented the most racist of all Christian universities or
fact, right? Absolute fact.
So that's pretty much all I know.
Yeah, and that's all true. I mean, if you're going to go with the broadest strokes, you have 3 major world religions that are monotheistic. So you have the Jewish tradition, Christian tradition, and Islam tradition. And within the Christian tradition, you have Catholics and Orthodox and Protestants. The Catholic and the Orthodox have a big tent, and they could, in a sense, they contain their diversity within their big tent. But Protestants like to splinter off, so the diversity is all sliced and diced. So within Protestantism, you have mainline liberal Protestants.
Is that Lutheran, Presbyterian,
Yes.
Methodist?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Episcopalian?
Yes.
Okay.
All those. And then you have Evangelical, which is kind of the middle, sorta. I'm broad strokes.
Yeah.
And then the Fundamentalists, and I would probably put Pentecostals with the Fundamentalists.
Mm-hmm.
Although we would probably, we get into that splintering effect.
Yeah.
So the traditional way of defining, the way academics define evangelicals, is that this is from David Bebbington, who's at Baylor University now, and there's a lot of debate about this, but the traditional way is to say that they center 4 things. Conversion, so there's a datable, distinct, discrete event of conversion that you write it in the front of your Bible. That is, if you have your conversion date written in the front of your Bible, you're probably an evangelical. I do. You center the Bible, so everybody has their own copy that they carry. That's tradition. You center the cross, so there's a lot of talk about Christ's sacrifice and the shedding of blood. And then activism, which is, it could be evangelism, it could be personal piety of reading the Bible. So those are the 4 things that distinguish an evangelical. Fundamentalists do all that, but George Marsden says fundamentalists are angry about something. So the cranks, the stinkers, the pugnacious folks go into fundamentalism, which is my tradition.
And is it the most? Is it fair to say it's among the most far right or conservative,
yes.
Theologically, religiously?
Yes.
Okay.
They pride themselves on that. Although when you get into the weeds, sometimes you're like, wait a minute, that's not orthodox, but that's getting into the weeds.
Okay. Okay. And the thing that comes to mind is that documentary Shiny Happy People that I saw.
Yes.
Are they cousins? So tell us if there's a ecosystem within Christian fundamentalism where different main sects situate and where independent fundamental Baptists situate in that context.
I haven't seen the second season of Shiny Happy People yet, but the first season was a throwback.
Which tradition is that?
That is the just general Baptist, independent fundamental Baptist.
Oh, so that is...
Yeah, that is it.
Okay,
yeah, Gothard. Bill Gothard was taught often. I mean, I went to a Bill Gothard conference in high school, so yeah.
Wait, you saw Bill Gothard speak?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell those who haven't seen Shiny Happy People, well, what is the history of independent fundamental baptism then? And the size?
I would say that it came out of the 19-teens, right around World War I. After the social gospel movement, the men got kind of perturbed, and they said the women have had control long enough. We need to take back our control, and they asserted a more aggressive standard of living.
And of kind of gender roles.
Yeah, put women, women are silent and men are taking control. Okay. That was in the 19-teens. It was called the Men in the Religious Forward Movement. And we, fundamentalists blossomed out of that. And at that point, evangelicals and fundamentalists were kind of intimately tied. And then around World War II, we split.
So are there like people viewed as leaders or prophets or heroes or sect leaders of that.
Yeah, it would be Billy
tradition?
Sunday. I don't know if you've ever heard of Billy Sunday. Bob Jones would be one of them. Revivalists. So those would be the revivalists. I think, they would talk about Cyrus Schofield and, those are the big ones. Yeah.
And so immediately I'm thinking two things. One, I'm thinking 1830s burned over district, upstate New York.
Yes.
I wonder how similar what Joseph Smith would have experienced in the 1820s, how similar that would be to what was emerging in the 1920s.
Based on what I know about the Second Great Awakening, which was the ether, the milieu in which Joseph Smith grew up, it's very similar.
Okay.
So a lot of those folks in Western New York were part of the Second Great Awakening, and they might have branched off into Millerism. Have you all heard about Millerism?
A little bit.
Yeah.
But tell her.
That's Millerism was part of Western New York, and they William Miller had his followers stand on a hill waiting for Jesus to return. 1832, I think. Then of course he didn't come. Mm-hmm. So they did it in 33. I think they did it 3 times. That became dispensationalism, which is connected to fundamentalism.
Okay. So maybe should we do Bob Jones now?
Sure.
Okay, let's do Bob Jones.
So Bob Jones, as a person, was born in 1883 in Alabama, and he was part of the political movement of populism at the time. Mm-hmm. And he flunked out of college and became an evangelist and made a lot of money. And Billy Sunday is a much more successful revivalist who came out of, he's about, I think 15 years older, and he aspired to being as prolific and as popular as he did. So when his evangelistic career was waning, he started a school in 1927 in the panhandle of Florida.
Bob Jones
did.
Okay.
Bob Jones. I call him Bob on purpose.
No, it's good.
Because we were taught to call him Dr. Bob.
Yeah.
Well, it was an honorary doctorate, and that irritates me. So I just call him Bob. It's
also a way to demystify what people maybe inappropriately hold as sacred.
Right. And he graduated from high school. That's his highest earned degree. Mm-hmm. His grades were terrible. I just have to say that.
Let the record show.
Yes. Yes. So he started school in 1927. I think he started it in large part because his son had graduated from middle school and was a troublemaker, and I think he was worried that he would ruin his own reputation. So he wanted to control his son, Bob Jr. So he started it there. It ran into bankruptcy problems, moved to Cleveland, Tennessee, and then where it is now Lee University. And then in 1947, it moved to where it is now, Greenville, South Carolina.
Wait, is my friend Chris Thomas in Cleveland? Did we just establish that my friend Chris Thomas, the Pentecostal guy who is my friend and loves Mormon Stories, he's in the place where Bob Jones moved his university to at one point?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
There. He's there. That's why
Chris.
I've been researching. Hi, Chris. Well, I've done some research there at the pretty little house across the street from Lee University. So.
Okay, and then after Cleveland, Tennessee,
moved
Bob
to
Jones.
Greenville, 1947. Then it became Bob Jones University. It was Bob Jones College up till then. Then it became Bob Jones University.
In what year?
47.
47, right after World War II.
Right.
Okay. So now, was he also leading a corporate church?
That's a great question.
Was he trying to? Was it a megachurch? Was he trying to franchise his religion? Like, what's the business play? What's the corporate play? What's the power play?
Among those things you just said, I would call it a franchise because he claimed to be non-denominational, but it was very clearly, he was a Methodist, but it very clearly picked up steam with the ethic of Baptists because Baptists tend to be more independent than Methodists. Most BJU grads are Baptist in some variety because it's a very independent mindset.
But it's different than First Baptists or your Second Baptists,
Those are
right?
Southern Baptists.
Right.
If usually every first is a Southern Baptist church.
Okay.
Usually. So Southern Baptists are a little more big tent, a little more Jimmy Carter like, not as pugnacious as BJU folks.
Okay. So do they not like each other, like traditional Baptists and
Until about, what was it? 2015, they did not like each other.
Okay.
Because the
enemy of my enemy is my friend.
they're now
Like
coming
religious
together.
freedom stuff. It's
Right.
why Mormons are making friends with evangelicals.
That.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So can you give us a flavor for Bob Jones style religion?
It would be
Like a kid growing up.
we would memorize scripture. So a fundamentalist would memorize scripture a lot, might even have a competition where they're testing their memory skills. They would have to dress a certain way.
Meaning what?
Girls in my age would have to wear skirts that generally covered your knees, generally covered your shoulders. Boys would have to wear pants. Shorts were not usually allowed, so they'd have to wear pants. Even little kindergartners would have to wear belts. Little boys, that just drives me crazy. So there would be very strict rules about dress and about behavior and about you don't want to ruin your testimony. Morgan folks talked about, what is the word? Bear your testimony. But for fundamentalists, it's maintaining testimony, and you don't want to ruin it by, having scuffed shoes. That might ruin.
You could ruin your testimony by having it would
scuffed.
Defile the shoes.
Yes.
Would defile your.
I remember those lessons. So that's a burden to wear, to bear, I should say.
Let's talk theology for a second.
Okay.
So, obviously God and Jesus, but let's go one level deeper.
Okay.
Ordinances, beliefs, afterlife, heaven, sin. What's sin?
Okay. Yeah. So they do believe in an afterlife. They believe in heaven and hell, very much so. They believe in some ways they would look at the Nicene Creed. They would look at that and say, oh, yes, of course we believe that. But they go one step further, of course, so that they believe in a rapture. Christ will return at a particular moment and rapture up his saints, and then the rest of the world will fall into a tribulation period of 7 years, while the saints are raptured. And because we'll be gone, meaning we the saints will be gone, then the world will go to hell.
Will it be like fire and brimstone and maggots? And,
in the second half it will be that. Okay. I can't believe I'm remembering all this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Right.
We had charts of all this stuff, up outside the Sunday school office, I remember, but I haven't talked about that in a long time. Mm-hmm. It's very apocalyptic in those stories that you hear frequently. They believe in immersion, baptism by immersion.
Mm-hmm.
It's credo baptism, so it's the baptism for believers. So you have to decide to be baptized, not pedo baptism where it's a child or a baby or a child. Mm-hmm. That's very strict. They are very offended by pedo baptism.
Around average, what age do people get baptized in?
I was 6 when I got baptized.
Okay.
And I don't know if that was ordinary or not, but usually by the time you reach high school, you usually have been baptized.
Okay.
And they practice the Lord's Supper.
Which means what?
Which means they do communion, which a little cracker, a little grape juice, usually once a month. To remember Christ's death is how they'll say it. But what's interesting is that at Bob Jones, because even though they're not a church, they have historically, they will require employees and students to attend church on campus, so that they have not had those ordinances that they claim to find sacred, they haven't had them in years. They haven't had communion in years because they've been at campus church. That's a bunch of insider information. The way I'm talking is insider, so I apologize.
Is there a literal Satan?
Oh, yes. Literal Satan.
What does he do?
He torments and causes harm for believers.
Does he have minions?
Yes, they're demons.
And what
devils.
are they all doing?
They're all torturing us. Maybe they're inspiring local former graduates and former employees to harass BJU.
As the case may be.
That's right.
She breaks the fourth. She breaks the fourth wall.
I remember a sermon because I'm a rhetorical critic. I sometimes listen to the sermons. I find that empowering, and I remember a sermon by the beloved Steve Pettit, who was a president at Bob Jones recently, and he was talking about a local graduate who speaks out and criticizes Bob Jones University, who is demon controlled. So
got it.
Okay, so little demons.
Yeah, me. Yeah.
What did Jesus do? Like, what was special about Jesus?
Yeah, Jesus, they do believe that Jesus, if you press them, they will say Jesus was both God and man. He was 100% God, 100% man. See how I can toss this out. But they get offended if you talk about his humanity too much. So they really like to emphasize that Jesus was better. He was more God than he was human. They get a little uncomfortable with that.
Like, okay, I want to be respectful. Did you just say 100% God and 100% man?
Yeah.
That makes zero sense. Like, just mathematically.
No, right. Isn't that weird? And I can
you can't be 200% something.
Yeah, right.
That's why you have percentages. No, I'm not trying to be rude.
Point. No, but fair point. But it's weird that just came out of me. It's weird when
Do they literally say that?
Yeah.
Are you exaggerating?
No.
They say 100% God and 100% man.
I got that in Bible doctrines.
But don't talk too much about them being a man.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got that out of Bible doctrines. I'm sure.
My brain's already.
But God's ways are not man's ways.
There you
John.
go.
My brain's already overloaded.
200% could work in God's ways.
No, don't apologize.
It's
Like
weird.
that's.
Gosh, I can't believe how it.
Well, it's muscle
out.
memory. It's muscle memory.
It is.
Yeah.
And what's also weird is when I'm on campus, because I'm not allowed on. Maybe I'm jumping ahead. I'm banned from campus, but when I am on campus, I go into this weird this fundamentalist smile mode, female fawning mode that freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jesus is full God and full human.
Mm-hmm.
And then what did he do with his godliness
He
to help us? How did he help us?
They will say that Christ's sacrifice, because I learned this, in fundamentalism, Christ's sacrifice was for our sins. And because he lived a perfect life, his sacrifice was for our sins. However, they seem to get a little bit out of control, a little bit strange about the fact that his righteousness is substitutes for ours. Substitutionary atonement is the phrase that Protestants use, but they kind of ignore that and say, no, you need to live up to his. You need to keep working. You need to keep doing and doing and doing, so you can be as righteous as Jesus. Yes.
Okay, I want to follow up on that, but let me tell you the Mormon narrative. It's sort of like we all sin, we do bad things.
Yes.
There needed to be someone to atone for all our sins.
Yes.
So Jesus went to the Garden of Gethsemane.
Oh.
And in the Garden of Gethsemane, he prayed, and in that moment took on all the pain and suffering and guilt for all the sins that have ever been committed for all of humankind. You're looking surprised at that point.
Well,
so that's a divergence.
Not at the Garden of Gethsemane. I hadn't. That's interesting.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
That's not where we would. I was checking off the boxes until
you hit that. So that's not you. It's not happening in the garden for you.
No.
So for us, it happens in the garden. He takes on all the sins. He bleeds from every pore.
Right.
And that's where he atoned for our sins.
Oh.
Okay. And then later he was taken to the cross and was killed, resurrected after 3 days, and that's when he overcame death. So he overcame sin in the Garden of Gethsemane and death on the cross.
Okay.
And then he sits up on the throne next to God.
Right.
and he'll be our judge, and he'll usher in the second coming.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
The from the resurrection forward, I'm checking, but
Okay.
the cross is where we would put that big moment.
So he did both on the cross. Did he take on sins?
Yes, that's the way I was taught. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's interesting. And I would probably, as a current evangelical, agree with that. But
Which?
that on the cross Jesus took on our sins.
Okay.
And conquered death. It's just kind of all
Did them both on the cross.
Yeah.
We just give him an extra,
step.
an extra scene
Yeah.
in the movie.
There we
give
go.
Jesus
There
one
we go.
extra scene.
Here we go.
Okay. So, and perfect. He was perfect.
Yeah, he lived a perfect life.
Okay.
Yeah, both. I mean, evangelicals say that, and fundamentalists say that.
Okay.
So what was the approach to sin then, and if you can become clean or forgiven?
You work really hard at it. You are a sinner, but if and this is where they get a little fuzzy. They get a little not orthodox. A little not orthodox, because they say you can overcome sin, and if you're really a Christian, you can overcome sin. So if you're not overcoming sin, whatever that sin is, it's a pretty wide bucket. I got scolded for being tired. I was complaining I was tired, and I said that on my blog this is back in 2006 when blogs were a big deal, and my dean said, you got to take that down because you're complaining, and you're not being perfect.
Okay.
So they can get pretty particular about those sins. It's not just arson, stealing. It's even complaining about being human.
Do you have to confess in any way? Is there a repentance process?
There's no process that's overt. Corporately overt, but they'll think of things that you can do to atone. Go to counseling.
Not with a licensed mental health therapist.
Never.
Okay.
Right.
It's with another person that's just a few years older than you are in the dorm system. I'm thinking of Bob Jones University specifically.
Okay. If there were a hierarchy of sins that are openly and repeatedly discussed, what's kind of the hierarchy?
Okay, so being gay is the worst.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh gosh.
No, that's a very
not even
homophobic.
thinking about any of the other LGBTQ folks, but they would just say being gay, and they've
Now,
changed.
you didn't start with murder, I noticed.
No, no. Then disobeying authority is pretty high up there.
We share that.
Yeah, and then any kind of what they would call deviance.
Deviance.
Porn, rock and roll. Isn't that funny?
So now deviance
Movies.
needs to be in quotation marks.
Sorry. Going to movies, rock music. Sometimes watching TV that you shouldn't be watching. It's all those kinds of things.
Well, what's murder in relationship to deviance, would you say? Is murder higher than deviance?
I mean, they would probably, if you poked them, they would say, "Of course."
But not
that's bad.
talked about.
Yeah, but that's not. They don't
not
consider
on the radar.
that. Yeah, they don't harp on it.
So one thing I'm stunned you didn't mention is masturbation.
That's interesting. I didn't mention that.
Is that even discussed or referred to?
Is that under deviance?
I think it might be under deviance. They still operate, at least when I was a student and in their employ, they still operate under the assumption that women are not sexual creatures. So maybe the men heard that and the women didn't. That is possible.
I mean, that tracks with Mormonism in the sense that masturbation is generally viewed as a young men's problem.
Yes.
And it's pretty much not ever discussed or acknowledged with women.
Right. So when they give you the rules for living there at Bob Jones University, they give really the rules to the women, and we are expected to bear that and keep the men in line.
Yeah, that's similar.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So women are the policemen of virtue for men?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we get it's that weird cult of domesticity thing. We get the power, but then we have to. That's it. That we have to disappear at the same time.
Okay. Okay.
The power you never wanted.
Right. I didn't ask for that. Yeah.
So what about authority? Mormons believe that like John the Baptist and Peter, James, and John laid their hands on Joseph Smith's head and gave him authority to baptize and to give the gift of the Holy Ghost, and that our church has the keys from God as the one true church.
Okay.
Kind of like the Catholics claim to be the one true. Is authority part of your theology at all?
It is, but it's not authority. It's not granted in that way. That's interesting because that's a more theological or mystical authority. This is more political authority almost. Whoever's above you, your employer, your the father, the parent, the male parent, the pastor. They have authority, but it's not that lineage like you just described. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just by virtue of their role.
Just right. It seems to me that fundamentalists, and they're not going to like it if I say this, but it's true, funnel everything into a metaphor of an employer. That everything's transactional. Everything is, that God is your boss, your manager. That makes sense to them.
Okay.
Not parent, not that metaphor. It's an employer metaphor.
What are the guidelines around gender roles and family and children and all that? And women working or not working, and patriarchy, and how patriarchal is the tradition?
So funny because my husband and he's wonderful, and we've had a very happy marriage for 35 years.
Congrats.
And thank you. And we have always described ourselves as egalitarian. We just always have, and that really offended people. I mean, I remember being on a. I was holding my son, was on a sidewalk, and a piano faculty member came up to me. I was going to the van to change my son's diaper. He had a stinky diaper. It was easier to do it in the van. And we were on campus. He came up to me and he said, so-and-so students said that you and your husband have an egalitarian marriage. What are you talking about? That is wrong. And I was like, I have a stinky diaper right here. I am going to take care of my son before I take care of your question. He was so upset that he brought me into what he perceived as my authority, which was my chair of my department. And he and the piano faculty member and my husband and I all sat down to discuss something that was none of those people's business. So I would say that, yes, they believe that the man is the head, the man makes the final decisions, and that egalitarianism is in marriage is an offense. They believe it in a way that at least Grant and I did not perceive as necessary. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The word that our church has evolved to, the wording that our church has evolved to is that the husband presides and provides.
Oh, okay. See that the fundamentalists say the man is the head of the home. The man is the head.
That's what we used to say.
Yeah.
But then we tried to nuance the language a little bit. So we've settled on
a little softening.
Okay.
So we've settled on the husband presides and provides.
And
the mom nurtures the children. That's literally, we have songs.
Too.
Is that proclamation of a family? Isn't that some of the terms used in
our
proclamation
church issued
of
a proclamation on the family, and these words come from the
What year was that? May I ask? Do you know?
Ooh, I'll look it up, but I want to say like 95, but I can't totally. I'll look it up.
Because I do wonder if this is I'm getting in the weeds here, but I wonder if we conservative evangelicals / fundamentalists have adopted some of the language that we have about headship from you all. I wonder that.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a lot of cross-pollination going on.
Yeah.
But I only know that because of my ERA research, and I am curious, but that's a distraction maybe.
Okay. The Proclamation on the Family. Yeah, 95. Yeah, 95.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So they
September 95.
they don't think of it was. It's funny because at least in the BJU orbit, and in the Bob Jones University literally requires wives to work. So you had to work.
Oh.
You had, which is unusual. You don't expect that, but still men are the head. And I think it was they would designate the man the head by taking a salary that they deemed legitimate and necessary for work for living, give 2/3 of that to the man and 1/3 of that to the woman. That's how they communicated the authority. I don't know that they still do that, but they did that when I was first employed there.
So are you encouraged then to, seek employment to have a career?
At Bob Jones, you could have that as your ministry. So what they'll do is they'll say it's a ministry at one time, they'll say it's a business at another. So you can consider BJU a ministry if
I see. So they encourage you to have a job, but it is at Bob Jones.
Yes.
It's not necessarily, be a doctor.
No.
Got it.
No.
Just for fun, I'll read the
Okay, yeah,
part.
I'd love to hear it.
By divine design, fathers are to preside over their families in love and righteousness and are responsible to provide the necessities of life and protection for their families. Okay, that sentence, the first part. Mothers are primarily responsible for the nurture of their children. So that's...
But moms protect too. See, that's what always.
no, come on.
That's what always gets me about those things.
We could so go into the problems, couldn't we?
But I mean, this is sounding familiar?
Yeah. They would. They would say that, but they just say it as men of the head.
Yeah.
And so they would repeat. I remember this too. There always has to be a final decision to be made, and the man is the one to make the decision.
Yeah.
Period, which is the preside idea. But of course, that doesn't make any sense in practicality, I don't think.
Yeah. Well.
And I used to frustrate that with my students too, just that'd be a stinker, but anyway.
So before we jump into your personal story, let me just think. So politically, what can you tell us about some of the major, because I think Bob Jones has a interwoven connectivity to U.S. politics.
Absolutely.
So can you talk a bit about the history of Bob Jones University and U.S. politics?
Okay, so Bob Sr. was always political. He was, and that's one of the things that has been kind of cloaked. When he would preach in the 20s and 30s and 40s, it was always a political speech. So we, as I say, as a BJU person, have always been involved in politics. And it's always been the retrograde, they would kindly call it conservative, but it's more of the extreme right wing, always. Even when they were even when they were Democrats, it was because there was a switch in the party. Even then, they were always on the far right end.
Because for a long time in the South, they were mad that Lincoln started the Republican Party and got rid of slavery. So for a long, long time, let's just say racist Southerners
were Democrats. Absolutely. Bob was a Democrat.
Right.
Up until the Dixiecratic Revolution, with Strom Thurmond. Getting into the weeds.
That's not weeds. That's stuff I love.
Okay, good.
So by the time Lyndon B. Johnson becomes president in the mid 1960s, he's dealing with Southern, the civil rights movement comes up and he's a Democrat vice president and then president. He's trying to get the votes to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964. You're nodding.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, that's and they were mad about that.
And he had to get as a Texan, he could speak Southern, but to get it passed, he needed to get his own people on board,
Sure.
or it would have never passed.
Right, exactly. And so you had, now they were not for Johnson. They had bailed with Kennedy. They had bailed with Kennedy. They were upset about. I mean,
He was a northern, Yankee liberal, right?
Right. Oh my, a Catholic.
Yeah. And a Catholic.
That's the worst thing. And Bob had protested Al Smith in the 1920s. He bolted the Democratic Party in 1928 because they had nominated a Catholic.
Yeah. So I guess it's fair to say that independent fundamentalist Baptists hate Catholics. Fair?
Yeah.
Historically.
I'm sorry.
And probably Mormons too.
Mormons too. I've had some of those sermons I've read too. Yes.
So who do they hate? Yeah. Historically, who do independent fundamental Baptists hate?
Yes. Catholics, Mormons, Muslims. That's more recent, of course. I'm going to say they hate women.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was going to ask Jews. See,
they're funny about Jews.
Okay.
It goes back and forth.
Because Old Testament.
Yeah. Okay. And, God said, I will bless them that bless you and curse them that curse you. And so we repeat that and think, oh, no, we got to be nice to them. When I was employed at Bob Jones, there was a Jewish journalist from the Boston Globe who was doing a book I can't remember her name, but the book was called God on the Quad, and they had assigned me to be her contact. And at the end of the day, she came and she sat in my chair in my office and said, I am so tired of being evangelized to. This is exhausting. And I remember saying, yeah, they want to win you because winning a Jewish person is a bigger feather in their cap. Yeah. So there's a weird relationship with the Jews. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so to recap.
Democrats, they hate Democrats.
Okay, so Mormons, Catholics, sometimes Jews.
Yes, Democrats,
Muslims.
The gays, they hate the gays.
They hate gay people. Democrats.
Women.
And women.
Yeah.
Is that a pretty good summary of who they hate?
Yeah. Everybody who's not them.
And is that unfair? Is that unfair? Of course, no one's ever going to admit, no one who's in a cult thinks they're in a cult. No one who's a bigot thinks they're a bigot, right? No one who's an alcoholic thinks they're alcoholic. But to what extent, if you're trying as objectively as possible, is that fair or is that unfair? That sort of, and we're talking over the past 80 years, not 20, right?
Yeah, right. If they would say, and I've heard them say this on news broadcasts, no, we don't hate the Catholics. We love the Catholics. We just hate the Catholic Church, or we hate the, we just want to win them to Christ. They might say something like that. So there's a sense of they're just not us, and they need to be evangelized.
Yeah.
Won over is the phrase they'll use.
Won over.
I mean, Joseph Smith called the Catholic Church the great and abominable church. I don't know if you know that. The whore, they actually used the words, the whore of all the earth.
Of all the earth, that's interesting.
Back in 1830.
Well, sure, because I've heard those kinds of sermons, it would be whore of Babylon.
Yeah.
Would be the phrase that Bob Jones III, the grandson of the founder, would say from the pulpit. Oh, and Bob Jones Jr. said that all the time. Oh.
Okay.
Gosh, there's a lot of anti-Catholic.
So I'll mention some political things that come to mind, and you tell me where Bob Jones came down or his descendants.
Okay.
So let's say the Civil Rights Movement.
Oh, bad.
Why?
Because it is upsetting the natural order, the natural racial hierarchy.
Okay.
Authority. It's upsetting authority.
What about integration?
Bad.
Why?
Bad, because it's upsetting the natural order.
What's the natural order?
The natural order is that there's a hierarchy that God has established, and we need to keep it, we need to maintain it, and whites are the authority in government and the church.
Okay, so white supremacy, Ku Klux Klan, what about that?
They would overtly say that they're not white supremacists. They would overtly say that Bob Jones was not a Klansman, but I have found proof, that's what my latest book is about, that says he was a Klansman.
What's the book?
Fundamentalism, Bob Jones at the intersection of race, religion, and white supremacy.
So the original Bob Jones
was a Klansman.
Like literally wore a sheet over his head, kind of?
Yeah.
And that was a revelation to your people?
Oh, my, yes.
They didn't know that?
Yeah.
Wow. So you're like Michael Quinn digging up history that your people
Don't want to
somehow
admit.
forgot
and have actively denied.
and whitewashed and hidden
So to
and
speak,
covered
yeah.
up. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely fair.
Okay. So total Klansman,
And it's-
anti-civil rights.
Anti-civil rights, in the 20s, he was anti-women's suffrage.
So he's against the women getting the vote. Literally, Bob Jones was on record of opposing women voting.
Yes,
Wow.
in the
Okay.
20s, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
19 teens.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the Equal Rights Amendment in the 70s.
Oh, no.
What was his stance?
It would have been Bob Jones III's wife who wrote a document that is in the anthology that I recently published with my friend against the Equal Rights Amendment. And what she did is, Benneth Jones was her name, what she did really is just take Phyllis Schlafly's arguments against the ERA and translate them into fundamentalist nomenclature, is what she did.
Okay.
I mean, it's almost literally word for word in there.
So they opposed.
Oh, yeah.
They probably teamed up with the Mormons to oppose the ERA.
I think
back in
that's
the
a
70s.
very adequate, apt
Likely,
conclusion.
Probable.
Yeah.
Probable.
Yeah.
Okay. Really quickly, what about science, geology, evolution, age of the earth?
Sure. They are currently,
No, historically. Let's start historically.
white
Global
supremacists.
flood, 6,000 year
Oh, yeah,
Earth.
we believed in the flood. That absolutely happened. Global flood absolutely happened. Historically,
Literal Adam and Eve?
literal Adam and Eve.
Okay.
Bob Jones Jr. was said to be a gap theorist, which was pretty typical for his age, for white supremacists in that age, which says that between Genesis 1:1 and 1:2, I think it is, there's a gap of time where the whole world existed. That's how we got the earth looking like it was aged. Okay.
So not a 6,000-year-old Earth.
No.
Okay.
No, but I was taught overtly 6-day literal creation. And now that is part of their,
Pivot?
they believe they are 100% literal creationists. They are with Ken Ham and the Answers in Genesis crowd. They are intimately related with him.
Okay.
I don't know if you know that term. He's the guy who's got the ark in Kentucky.
Of course.
Yeah.
So little Noah's Ark, global flood, even though geologists would say there's not enough water, that you couldn't keep all the animals in the boat and all that.
That's just mysteries.
What's the attitude towards scientists and intellectuals and scholars historically in the tradition?
Bob Sr. was very much trying to capitalize on the power that academics had while he would insult them. So he would what was the phrase? He called academic freedom a secular god. So he would say, we do not have academic freedom here at Bob Jones College, Bob Jones University. So he wanted the power that they gave, but he also insulted them regularly.
He wanted the respect of a university
Yes.
while demeaning some of the core, like tenure track.
Oh, we didn't have that.
Neither did BYU.
Oh, really? I didn't know
BYU still
that.
doesn't. Yeah, they have just continuing status.
Oh, I didn't. That's what Bob Jones does. I didn't know that.
Oh, no. I think so. I was listening
didn't
to a
know
recent episode of Radio West with Doug Fabrizio, and he was interviewing Taylor Petrie, a Mormon scholar. And Taylor said something I'd never thought of before, which is probably obvious to Mormon scholars, which is that Mormon church leaders in the 20th century were heavily influenced by evangelicals, which I never knew before. So I'll give you an example. You talked about in the 1920s, men wanting to take power back. Did you know that Mormon women used to be able to do what's called a washings and anointings ceremony?
I heard you say that. The patriarchal, not patriarchal, but the blessings or something.
Yeah, it was called the washings and anointings. They could heal the sick by the laying on of hands up through the 1920s. And then at some point, Mormon church leaders, I think, probably
You're
tuning
probably
into that
right.
movement you're talking about.
Yeah, men in the religious forward movement. I bet
said,
you're right.
Men are, if women get too much power, men are going to be lazy and they're not going to do their roles and step up to fill their duties. And so that the famous article is called A Gift Given, A Gift Taken Away. Nowadays, Mormons don't know that women used to heal by the laying on of hands. They don't even know it. But it had to have been taken away.
That's interesting.
And it was taken away, I think, around the same time
Totally
Bob
logical.
Jones's movement emerges.
Totally logical.
So, again, I don't know this for sure, but I'm trying to put this stuff together in my mind. But what I do know is that Joseph Fielding Smith, who was a prophet of ours, who we view now as a fundamentalist, lowercase f, Mormon leader, according to Taylor Petrie, was really plugged into the emerging evangelical movements of the 1900s. So all that modesty garbage, how you dress, virtue, policing, like patriarchy, roles, gender roles, Adam and Eve, literal Adam and Eve, Garden of Eden, and Noah's Ark, Mormonism from like 1950s to the 1980s, 1990s.
That, I buy it.
Yeah.
There was cross-pollination. Yeah, you're right. I got to read that. That's very interesting.
Yeah. So anyway, I think what we'd find is we probably use the same lawyers over the past 50 years, probably use the same accountants, probably use the same PR people, because we're doing the same types of things, like no tenure at a university.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I had thought, because BYU, I thought it was so big, of course they have it.
No, there's no tenure at BYU. In fact, when Margie and I were at BYU, there were professors that were denied continuing status, right? Because they were teaching that you could pray to Mother in Heaven, that there was a Mother in Heaven, and the church didn't want them talking about that. So,
wow, I didn't realize all that. I mean, the tenure thing, that's striking.
I was curious about this idea of book banning. Would that be something that you, like, were there attitudes about things like Harry Potter or To Kill a Mockingbird or so protective about information or material from the outside?
There is absolutely a trend to whatever's popular is bad. Whatever it is.
Whatever.
Beatles in the 60s.
Beatles. Oh, yeah. Beatles are bad.
Woodstock.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
And Harry Potter was bad. What else was bad? Oh, Cabbage Patch Kids were bad. Remember those? Those were bad. Whatever's popular is bad. I've heard sermons about Toy Story.
Teletubbies? Were Teletubbies bad?
Oh, Teletubbies were bad.
Was Barney bad? Barney
was bad.
The purple elephant, or purple dinosaur.
Yeah, Sesame Street's bad.
Is it? How's Sesame Street bad?
Well, it's urban.
Oh, okay. So urban's bad?
Urban's bad.
Why is urban bad?
Because it's not that hierarchy the racial hierarchy is not protected.
Oh, interesting.
Urban means multiracial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Bless them.
Okay. All right.
Thanks for that.
I mean, the what was it? There was some musical group that the campus radio station was protesting because it was rock and roll, but it was such a it's so tame. Yeah, in the 50s they were protesting.
So that's why you listed rock and roll music and deviance under the category of deviance.
Right, because it was there's an organization within the Bob Jones orbit called Majesty Music, and one of the people in that group has said that rock music leads to sexual assault.
Oh, wow.
Rock right. I mean, that's pretty
sexual assault.
That's pretty dramatic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm getting a good picture now of, and then any controversies Bob Jones University was involved with, Supreme Court decisions, like, that are worth mentioning.
Oh, sure. Okay. So in the
like I'm thinking IRS, tax exempt status stuff.
It was that, exactly. So after Brown v. Board in 1954.
Where what was decided?
When
integration,
when the schools were to be integrated, that separate but equal was no longer valid. South Carolina in general was pretty upset about that. And they worked in behind the scenes ways to keep things segregated. And after the Civil Rights Act in 1964, they could no longer keep that divide. And so BJU came up with this argument that it was their religious belief that the races need to be separate. And so that not only could races not marry, races could not date, because dating just leads to marriage, so that they couldn't even date. And so they defined race in such a strange way so that there were 3 races, naturally. It was easily done. Yes.
Tell me which are the 3.
So it was black, white, and Asian.
Okay.
It was very simple. And what they would do is they would define...
That explains everything.
Right. There we go. And they would define the white race as big as they possibly could, which is odd, I think.
Because you want to be able to win votes. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Sure. And so the Supreme Court case was in 1983. I was not a student then at Bob Jones. I was a high schooler. My brother was a student, and he remembers when Bob Third came up to the platform to announce that because Bob Jones held to their religious belief that the races had to be separate, they lost their tax exemption status. So they would be a taxed school. They were proud of this fact, that they would be taxed, that they stood up for religious freedom. And they said something like, and they thought we would back down and allow races to integrate so we could keep our tax exemption status. But no, we are going to keep this separate. So at that point, I attended Bob Jones in 1986, the fall of 1986 throughout. They would be very, it was strange. If you had 2 white parents, you were white. If you had 2 black parents, you were black. If you had 2 Asian parents, you were Asian. But if there was any controversy in that, any difference, then you had to go in front of a committee to be judged by the way you looked to see if you were a particular race.
Wow.
I have 2...
That was a thing at the university?
Wow.
That's bad.
Wow.
That was at least when I was there, so from 86 to 2001, at least that. It might have been before. I don't know. So I have a set of friends that were full brothers and sisters, a brother and a sister, full, same parents. The man was judged white, and his sister, his full-blooded sister, was judged Asian. I have another friend whose heritage is mixed racial heritage, and this is the way she told me. She described it. They looked me over, and she said it that way, which makes me sweat, and decided that I looked Polynesian so I could be white. Right? It's just weird.
And that would then determine whether you could go to the university?
No, whether you could date.
Oh, who you could date.
And see, what do you call a date? I mean, that even gets complicated. Yeah. What's a date?
Yeah.
Is it walking down the sidewalk? Is it, something more formal? So that happened from 80. The Supreme Court case was in 83. Then in 2001, they got some pressure. They got some oversight, and meaning John McCain had criticized them openly in campaign 2000. Excuse me, not 2001, in 2000. And they decided that they were going to lift the rule, and everybody could date who they wanted. That's what they said publicly. Privately, however, you had to get written permission from your parents if you wanted to date outside your race. Again, whatever that means.
I can't believe this is happening in the 90s and 2000s, and I didn't know about it. That's mind-blowing.
It's bad.
This is like jaw-dropping.
It is. And I think in 2014, when they got a non-Jones president, I believe it was truly lifted. But it took that.
Wow.
It took not having a Jones in the top office to get it done.
Okay, really quickly, alcohol?
Oh, no, you don't drink alcohol.
Smoking?
No.
Okay. Dancing?
No. The joke is, premarital sex might lead to dancing, so that's bad. So no.
Okay, what about dating, kissing, petting?
You're not okay. If you're a student at Bob Jones University, you're not supposed to touch a member of the opposite sex. You would have special activities where you could hold hands. It just sounds so
In
ridiculous.
public?
In public, yeah. But you were like holding hands while you're
Dancing?
no, playing a game or something.
Oh.
It was ridiculous, childish things. So no.
So would people get married having never kissed?
I think some did, but most of us had.
So
Most
you
of
just
us
do that off the books?
off campus.
On the down low.
In the summer, you visited each other. This is how we did it.
Oh,
so you get to know each other as more like a human being.
And you're off because you're off campus
right.
and those rules. Yeah.
What do they do about like policing student behavior after hours?
Oh
or
well,
off
you have to be
campus?
in. You had to be in your room.
So curfews?
Curfews, yeah, 10:30.
Just for freshmen or everyone?
Everybody,
Okay.
and you had to be in bed at 11 in the dorms. You had to be, lights out in bed.
Yeah.
So that's how you weren't out and about at all. After dark, you weren't supposed to be walking with a person of the opposite sex.
And then if you got caught having sex or smoking weed or being gay
Expelled.
from the university?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they have an honor code office that would
They
decide?
did. They had a discipline committee, if you will. That's what they call it. But and they would evaluate it. But they'd have a demerit system, which is so childish. And at 150 demerits, you were expelled.
And what types of things? What are
So
common demerits?
if you forgot to do your room job, which there were set room jobs, if you didn't do your room job one morning, you got a 1 demerit. If you were late to class, you got 10 demerits. If you skipped class, you got 25 demerits. If you, my whole my whole 4 years, I got 11 demerits. So
that was good, right?
that was good.
That
It was great.
But those demerits add up, and if you get 150,
at 150 every semester. You get a clean slate at semester. So if you get
Okay.
this is crazy.
if you get
Yeah.
was it 50? It was 75, I think it was. If you had 75 demerits, you were restricted to campus. If you got 100 demerits, you could not talk to someone of the opposite sex. And they'd post a list so you could see where you were. And then at 150, you were
So your demerit count was a public information?
if you were campused or socialed was the word.
This is wild.
That is so. Wait. So what is inherent in this? Is someone is watching your room job?
Yeah.
Someone
every
you're
morning.
being surveyed, like you're
Constant.
under surveillance.
And are students taught to rat out other students?
Absolutely. There's ratting out.
Okay.
That's how you get, if you will, brownie points. You don't. They're not. Unlike demerits, there's not literal brownie points, but you get.
You gain favor.
Yeah. You get street cred, fundamentalist street cred for ratting people out.
This feels like you would have to be so hyper vigilant.
Right, and it creates an anxiety that you're still. It takes years if ever to get over. Based on my fellow alumni, we kind of, laugh with each other. Like walking on the grass was 10 demerits.
Really?
Yeah. So we still don't walk on the grass.
But probably wearing a skirt that's too short.
Oh yeah, that wasn't. Yeah.
What about facial hair for men?
No. Now, when I was a student, no facial hair.
Yeah, we had no beards.
Yeah.
No
I
mustaches.
think I just read that on Ex-Mormon. Yeah. Yeah, no facial hair. Off for the men. And weirdly, in some ways, the men had more. And I don't know if I was thinking about this. The men had more restrictions, I think, than the women. But it might have been that I internalized the women's restrictions so much that it just seemed normal.
What about multiple ear piercings? So 1, 2, 3, 4, or two.
I think you
or
could
two.
have 2. If you're a female, you could have 2.
So not 3?
Not 3.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Okay.
But for the men, hair off the ears, sideburns had to be at the ear, and hair off the collar.
Yeah.
off the eyebrow.
Yeah.
And so I thought as a girl, it really just depended on how your head was made for a man.
Yeah.
Because like my husband has a neck that, his hair always checks. It doesn't matter what's happening. It's just the way his hair line works. But he never got caught. And they would check you the men for hair as they were walking into chapel, because there was daily chapel that you had to go to.
Daily.
Yeah.
At the university?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And the faculty were required to go too. And they would have the secretary in the departments checking to make sure nobody was in their office.
Trying to skip out.
Yeah. That's why we put the couch away from the window so that my office mate and I could take naps.
That's wild.
That is wild.
Isn't that wild? We would, when my husband and I were young marrieds, we lived in campus housing. It was an apartment. We were not going to go to all those things that we had to go to. So we would turn the TV in such a way so that the light wouldn't show out the window, and, we were quiet.
Do you have, I know we're not in your story, but I'm just curious, like, was it a lot to hold all those rules? Like, do you kind of remember arriving and being like, okay.
Oh gosh, yes.
I can only imagine.
Absolutely. And I couldn't keep up.
Yeah.
I just couldn't.
I'm not
and
surprised.
I'd see you give up,
You did keep up, though.
I did. Well, obviously, as for 4 years, but as I get to be a grown woman, I'm like, oh, good grief.
Right.
I'm covered. Just knock it off.
Tank tops?
Oh no.
Shoulders?
No shoulder. You want to talk about porn shoulders?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to have a
shoulders.
cap sleeve at least.
And shorts length?
Shorts. If I were to go walking, like on campus when I was married, a grown woman, I had to make sure my knees were covered, even when I was just walking on campus.
So below the knee.
Yeah, below the knee. Yeah.
Well, which is basically a capri.
Right.
Let's be real.
Absolutely a capri. Absolutely. I got in trouble so much with walking, with what I was wearing walking. I was like,
Yeah.
What about coffee or tea?
oh, we can do coffee and tea.
Okay.
In fact, that's kind of almost, a sacrament. I mean, it's a lot of coffee that's consumed.
Okay. And so Coca-Cola.
Oh, yeah, that's
fine.
Yeah.
No drugs, marijuana.
No.
Okay.
Not supposed to.
And then how did they treat gay people? If someone came out as gay but wanted to not be gay,
They would say.
was there conversion therapy? Was
Yes.
there? Okay.
I know friends that went through that.
Yeah.
They would call it masculine classes.
Oh.
Or manly classes.
Yeah.
And I mean, he told us.
Masculinity.
Yeah, masculinity classes.
Yeah.
And so they would say, well, they would say, you can be attracted to same sex. They use that term, same sex attraction. But
That's what we call it.
is it, and they might have gotten it from you all.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be
You're not
logical.
gay, you have same-sex attraction.
That, as long as you don't act on it, which I think you
It's
all.
totally
yeah,
is, yeah.
yeah. So
I
same
swear
thing.
we have the same consultants. I
Must.
swear we do. There's
There's
some
gotta
consulting
be.
firm that consults all these
It's gotta
super
be.
conservative.
But I don't know about how it works with at BYU or in Mormons in general, but they say you're not a problem as long as you don't act on it.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's
Right.
I mean, you are scrutinized, and there are folks who have talked about this at length. My friends have published a book about it, BJU and Me, where they talk about their stories being LGBTQ in the BJU world. So
R-rated movies?
PG you couldn't watch.
Really?
Yeah,
You had only G?
G. Only G.
What about TV shows?
Well, they would say you're not supposed to watch it. Again, whatever's popular, you're not supposed to watch it.
So Friends?
Yeah.
or-
That was Friends was bad.
Seinfeld.
Seinfeld was bad. I mean, we watched it. My husband and I, we watched it. We're not gonna. I mean,
Yeah.
Was that, would you say you were deviating from the norm to watch it? Or do you feel like many people likely watched it?
Or it's
I
like
think many
Catholic-
people watched it and didn't talk about it.
Okay.
Okay.
You just kind of learn to put some things under cover.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah. I had a student in my faculty evaluation, course evaluation, the end of the semester. It was one student in the class, so I know who wrote it, the way the questions were worded, they would ask people to make moral judgments of the teacher. It wasn't about teaching. It was about your character. And I completed my PhD. I was done. She had she was in her master's program, and she wrote, she watches too much TV. She needs to read more. I was like, honey, I read enough. I have my PhD done. But that's she felt free to judge my character because of that.
Yeah. Interesting.
And it seems like that's a big part of the culture, are these moments of people assessing you.
All the time.
Whether
Right.
or not they have information or not.
Right.
Huh.
I had a surgical procedure. It was on, how you have it on a Thursday, and then so you could recover over the weekend. And it was a Monday, and I was in the faculty lounge, and I shouldn't have gone back to work, but I was there. And I bent down to get something in the faculty lounge, and the same student was mocking me for not, bending over in a ladylike fashion. And I'm like, honey, I just had surgery. You need to knock it off. But it was that constant scrutinizing, and it wasn't like I was doing it in this wide open space either, as if that would matter. But
policing.
Mm-hmm.
Which, so I'll just name some names. So Billy Graham,
Bad.
what?
Oh, bad.
Why? Why is Billy Graham bad? I know this will come up later in the story.
Yeah, but he did attend Bob Jones College for a semester, I believe it was, and he's too liberal, essentially.
Okay. Jimmy Swaggart.
Oh, bad.
Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. Bad. Why are these people bad?
Because they're too liberal, whatever that means.
Jerry Falwell.
Bad.
Really?
Yeah, because Falwell and Bob Jones and John R. Rice, another Baptist, were all together until 1971. They were on the same board of Sword of the Lord, which is a publication. In 1971, Jerry Falwell created what would become Liberty, and I think Bob got jealous. Bob Jr. got jealous. So it was just jealousy, really.
So those are all kind of same swimming pool.
Yes. I mean, Billy Graham was in the same swimming pool. Jerry Falwell was in the same swimming pool, but some personal grudge came about.
Okay, last question before we jump into your story. Like in Mormonism, all the local congregations all over the world are feeding into BYU. And BYU, the board of directors of BYU, are the heads of the church. So it's a very,
similar.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. So when someone grows up as an independent fundamental Baptist, like Bob Jones III isn't their prophet, isn't their pastor.
No.
I don't even know if whatever church they would attend is part of the corporate structure of whatever Bob Jones University is. In other words, what's the relationship between churches and Bob Jones and the university?
That's such a great question. So here's what I know. In 1933, that I know that this happened, Bob Jones Sr. created this fellowship. That's what he called it. So it's not a denomination, it's a fellowship. And I've seen the documents of this. So that he promised to ordain a Bible major, a ministerial student through their organization. So they would become an ordained pastor. The BJU would pay their first year's salary, whatever that was. And then that church, they would plant them in a church somewhere, pay their salary, and then that pastor was obligated for the rest of his life to have a Baptist theology, so they couldn't sprinkle. He would have, he must send students to BJU. I can't remember it couldn't become Calvinistic, which is a buzzword in that world. And if they they deviated from that agreement, they would owe back that first year's salary with interest compounded yearly.
Wow.
So that's how they maintain that connection. And Bob Jr. and Bob Third, I would go with Bob Third every now and then, would go to churches and check on those agreements to make sure, are they not playing Christian rock? Are they, not preaching Calvinism? Are they sending kids to BJU? So that's how that was maintained.
Okay. So again, the means of enforcement
was the visits. The Jones family would visit those churches.
And they would punish people how or
they
enforce?
Claimed, I don't think, when I've had lawyer friends look at the agreement, they can't enforce that. But they would claim that they would sue them for the first year's salary that they gave that pastor compound interest, compound annually. So what would ended up happening is the pastors would just fold that church, so they could do whatever they could
and
be
owe
free
a
of
bunch
it.
of money.
Yeah, or just fold it, because if it was folded, it was fine.
Then they wouldn't. Yeah, I see.
They could start a new church with the same money, even with the same congregation, and be more free.
Ah, did you see that happening?
Oh yeah,
quite a bit?
yeah, that happens a lot. Those fundamentalist churches, those BJU planted churches, don't ever last long. I mean, last long like 20 years probably is the max, unless there's some strange thing.
So Bob Jones University would plant churches, give money, and then enforce certain standards. And then in theory, those churches would send students back to Bob Jones University.
To perpetuate. And they would check they would call pastors and check on students and on graduates. There was a lot of checking on people.
Okay. How large is Bob Jones University?
Yeah.
Right now,
at its heyday, let's say
its heyday.
Yeah.
They claim to have as many as 8,000 students.
Okay.
And that is probably, they lie a lot, probably if they're from kindergarten through graduate school. Probably just the university was about 5,000.
Okay.
Are they homeschoolers?
Some of them are. They have a homeschool program, but they do have a brick and mortar academy, elementary school and middle school and high school.
And the shiny, happy people, what are they called again?
The Gothard folks.
Would they have gone to Bob Jones University?
Maybe for the university, if they wanted to go to a university, yeah.
Okay, if they wanted to go to university.
Because Gothard and Bob Third, there was a promise made in the 90s that Bill Gothard made to Bob Third. Bob bragged about it, that Gothard would send his homeschool graduates to the university, and so that was going to raise our salaries. That's what we were told. I don't know if that ever happened, but that was the brag.
Okay, so never as big as Liberty University.
Never.
Or BYU.
Oh no, Liberty's massive.
Yeah.
Massive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. Okay, and what states, those who would be likely to attend Bob University?
Yeah.
What are the top states they would usually draw from?
Historically, it's been Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Indiana. Illinois is pretty big. That was probably, because I'm from Michigan, so that was probably when I was there. Now it's South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. It's usually.
Now it's South.
Now it's much more contained.
Now it's South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Yeah.
Before it was Indiana, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What happened in terms of population shifts? Because I don't think of those Midwest states or Eastern states as heavily evangelical.
The fundamentalist folks had a stronghold in those states. I would probably, because of my historical fixation, I would probably trace that back to the Ku Klux Klan's influence in the 1920s, because that's where the Klan was big too. So conservatism, whatever that meant, found its expression at Bob Jones. And it resonated with those folks. But now, it's just because of expense, people stay local.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is probably the right thing to do.
Okay. Let's shift to your story.
Okay.
Thank you for providing that context.
Sure.
Is that all right, Margie?
Uh-huh.
I'm fascinated.
Okay, good.
I love that.
Okay, good.
I love the time,
Okay, good.
hour and 20 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So where does your independent fundamental Baptist story begin?
All right. So my Dad loved to tell this story, so I'm going to channel him a little bit. My dad was raised Jehovah's Witness.
Oh.
My mom was raised Catholic.
What?
Isn't that funny? Dad would the historian in me would say that there was this huge push among Eastern Europeans, among the Russellites, which was the early JWs. I don't know why, but it was. So 3 of my grandparents were Russellites. And Dad kept into that tradition, and Mom and Dad married, and they had my brother, and they were like, we should go to church.
What state?
This was in Indiana at this point.
Okay.
And they said, because everybody was born in Detroit except me. So they were in Indiana then, and, we should go to church. Well, let's compromise. Protestant's a good compromise. So they just kind of picked one. And it was a Presbyterian one. And at the same time, my brother was invited to what amounts to kind of an evangelical scouts program. It's called Awana. And so my brother started attending, and he was really enjoying it. And it focuses on all the typical Boy Scout things like, building a fire, tying knots, that kind of thing, but also Bible memory. And you could get a patch or an award if you attended church regularly. Mom and Dad didn't think that they should let him go by himself, so they switched off back and forth. And the pastor of that church in South Bend was very accommodating of my dad's argumentative streak. Again, Dad was JW, and he liked to argue, he liked to discuss. So the pastor was good about indulging that. And around my birth, they were converted to Baptist in South Bend, Indiana. So in a sense, I was always in the Baptist church.
Yeah.
It was a GARB church, which is General Association of Regular Baptists, which meant regular Baptists are opposed to particular Baptists. Particular Baptists are the Calvinistic Baptists. They believe in limited atonement. But regular Baptists believe in a general atonement so that everybody could be saved, not necessarily just the elect. Whatever. So one of my earliest memories, I remember for some reason the song He's Got the Whole World in His Hands was popular at this point. Mm-hmm. It must have been on TV. I heard it a lot. I watched a lot of TV. I liked the predictability of it, I think.
It's kind of a hippie song.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that was it. I don't know. He's got the whole world in his hands. And of course I asked my mom what it meant because I like to know. And she said, it means that God's taking care of us. He's got us. He's with us. And I liked that. And I liked that I understood it. And I liked the sentiment. And I was in church. I was about 6. I was in the evening service. And good fundamentalists go to church 3 times a week.
Whoa.
Yeah. Morning, evening, Sunday morning, Sunday evening, and Wednesday. Sunday morning, the kids are usually off in a children's church program, so they're not in the big church.
By the way, Mormons used to do that.
Oh, really?
Up until like the late 70s, early 80s.
Why'd you change?
I mean, I think we assimilated more than y'all did.
Oh.
But I think there are more parallels than anybody understands.
I think so, too. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was little, there was church 2 to 3 times on a Sunday.
Okay.
Or twice on Sunday and then once during the week.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I have a memory of that too.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
So, but in the evening service, I was with my parents. And usually, parents try to give children quiet things to do. My dad would make origami sailboats out of gum wrappers. That's one of my early memories. But the pastor started preaching about the song, He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. And I was like, oh my word, I understand that. You're little, you don't really get about what's going on in church at all, but I got that. I knew that song. I liked that song. So I tuned in, and he said, we shouldn't sing that song. That's a bad song because God does not have the world in His hands, because if God has the world in His hands, He's got sin in His hands, and He's a holy God. And I was crestfallen. I was like, oh my goodness.
the point of the song is like we're all part of the human family.
Right.
He's got you and me and brother in his
and the
hands.
plants.
He's got you and me and sister.
Yeah, and the sun.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But also there's probably racial overtones.
Oh, there you go.
In
I had
terms
not
of
thought
like,
that.
he loves the black people, he loves the Asian people, he loves women, he loves gay people. He's got the whole world in his hands.
Bingo.
I'm not trying
You're
to
right.
put that on you.
No, but you're right.
Yeah.
But they will. Fundamentalists will take a typical or orthodox idea of God's sovereignty and slice it and dice it to me. Nope, that doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. They will ruin that for the sake of their pugnacious politics.
Yeah.
I was so mad. As a child, I was crestfallen because I really liked that song. And it wasn't until I was in my 40s that I realized, oh no, Pastor, you were wrong.
Yeah.
You were wrong. So that was an early confrontation of fundamentalism versus what I had learned from my parents. My parents my mom died right before the pandemic. My dad died in 2016. And I still have trouble using past tense. That's just, that's just who I am. I always live in the 1920s or something. But they were just, if there were one word to describe them, it would be empathetic. They were just kind, gentle people. And so their love and protection of my brother and me was like the solid foundation for me. And so when I would come to learn that Mom and Dad were right, that the love and the kindness to show to other people is the way to go. But that was the solid foundation there. Somewhere, I went to public school in kindergarten, and my brother had then graduated 8th grade. We were in the same school, same public school. It was kindergarten through 8th grade. Steve graduated, and this was right when fundamentalists were starting to do this trend of Christian day schools as a way of separating from the world. We could also say it might be segregating from certain races, but that wasn't the vocabulary in South Bend. They didn't use that overtly. I think it was under the surface, but the term segregation academy would be something they'd use in the South. They didn't use that in Indiana. So we went to a Christian day school. I did for 1 grade, 1st grade, and Steve did 2. And that's when I remember the scrutiny, the dress code scrutiny beginning. I only remember it once. They would check our skirts to make sure they were the proper length. So there I was, a little 6-year-old kneeling on the ground, and there's a lady next to me with a ruler checking to make sure it was so many inches from the ground. And that was the first scrutiny I remember of my body, which is, it's a weird thing to do that for a little itty bitty baby. Really, 6. We moved.
Because it kind of sexualizes kids.
It does.
Yeah, yeah.
And the knees. I mean, come on.
Yeah, yeah.
We moved to, my dad was a mechanical engineer, so we moved a lot. And from South Bend, we went to Tulsa. And then we went to a Christian day school in Tulsa. That was more, it felt to me to be a little looser in my memory. I don't remember the scrutiny as much. And when I was 10, in 1978, my brother graduated from that Christian school. He went to Bob Jones. And we all moved, I say back to Detroit. I had never lived in Detroit, but all my aunts and uncles had been born there, my cousins. I was the only person in my generation who hadn't been born in Detroit. So we moved back there. So, but we went to Detroit. I got in a Christian school that was, I say now, there were literal Nazis in that church. I mean, the German Bund does exist did exist in Detroit, and a lot of them were funneled into that school and church.
So you went to school and church with literal.
Yeah, with grandchildren and children of German Bund folks.
Who were white supremacists, I'm assuming?
Yeah, and more.
Okay. Wait, what's more than a white supremacist?
Aryan supremacist.
Yeah. Okay.
So, they would not like Polacks. I'm Polish. So they wouldn't, I'm not considered of the right race.
So your parents, you described them as so loving. Why are they raising you in such a racist
Now,
church?
that's a great question.
Yeah.
That's a great question. I think they didn't.
Do you think your home was kind of racist?
I think it was typically white privileged.
Okay.
I think, and there was an obliviousness that we didn't have to confront race because we were white. That's a great point, though, because that's something that I continue to wrestle with. My dad would say, if he were here and he were telling his conversion story, he would say, now my parents always said, Henry, you can be any kind of Christian you want, just don't be a Baptist. And then that cued the laughter because that's what we became. And it was a way of saying Grandma and Grandpa didn't quite understand what Baptists were all about. I now realize that my grandparents, because English was not their first language, they were doing their best to explain, avoid those Protestants that are white supremacists too. Because J. Frank Norris was like 7 miles from my grandparents' house. He was a terrible segregationist, Texas segregationist, who pastored in Detroit too. They were trying to warn us. It just took me and my research to realize what they were trying to warn us about. So I think my parents might have internalized the white privilege to the point that we really didn't need to confront it. Mm. It was being American. It wasn't being white supremacist. Mm-hmm. Because I remember my parents being very accepting of Black folks and Hispanic folks and Asian folks.
So growing up in your childhood, do you have memories at all of your parents differentiating from things you were being taught?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
In the fact that they're so loving.
Yes.
And it seems like some of what you're being taught feels so.
Dad would, because I would have in the Detroit school, there would be anti-union sentiment, anti-Social Security sentiment, which is weird, pro-Nixon sentiment. I remember my government teacher saying Nixon was the best president we ever had, and I thought that doesn't sound right. So I went home and asked Dad, I won't say his name, but because people know him. So-and-so said that Nixon was the best president we ever had. And Dad was like, what? He lied. And he explained, because I did remember Watergate, but he went on to explain more about how he was not a good president. So there was always this difference. Mm-hmm. I think that makes sense.
Do you feel like at all during those years that you absorbed the idea of feeling a bit differently as being okay?
Yes.
Because your parents?
Yes. That's that place. We are part of that place, so we're going to, like the rules about dressing. We don't have a problem with women wearing pants, but they do. So for their sake, we'll accommodate.
Got it.
That was repeated often.
So literally, very similar in some ways to Mormonism.
Okay.
You're having like a self that is presented in the external world, your church kind of self.
Yes.
Where you accommodate maybe aspects because you're like, oh, this is important here. Mm-hmm. But then maybe some different views, different standards in home.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Absolutely. And so that kind of carries over into the way my husband and I feel about each other. The egalitarian marriage, that's what we're going to do. We don't need you to approve it or to like it or to even know about it.
Got it. that makes sense.
I mean, what I'm noticing, I'm thinking about the difference between how I was Mormon and how Margie was Mormon.
Oh, okay.
Margie's parents were converts to the church.
Oh, that'll make
I was a sixth generation.
Yeah. Okay, wow.
So I was way more bought into the theology and doctrine
Okay,
and
that makes sense.
culture, whereas Margie was more do Mormonism. I think Margie was more comfortable doing Mormonism her way.
That makes sense.
And as I'm hearing about how you were at Bob Jones University, yes, you tried to conform to the rules, but internally, I don't sense the same degree of indoctrination that I would associate with like a multi-generational Orthodox Mormon.
Right. And that might have been because my parents were also converts, like you described. Yeah.
Because I was trying to make sense of like, there was some dissonance. You always seemed to carry, like when you said you and your husband would skip the daily church service and watch TV. Like you don't do that. So, I mean, I could, now that I know your parents were converts to the movement, it makes sense why you felt comfortable differentiating.
Yes. And they did not, like my dad did not, or mom, attend Bob Jones. That's a lot of people are, second, third generation Bob Jones graduates.
Yeah.
Dad went to University of Michigan. That was outside of this.
I think a key point to that too, the convert thing, is also how orthodox the parents are to belief. And it also just kind of sounds like too, your parents had some room and space for their own opinions that might have been different, and so did my parents, as opposed to like we're fully in alignment with the teachings. I think I know convert families that actually really buckled down because they were convert and they were like, wow, we can't rely on all the generations giving us clout in the church, so we have to be extra. So I think there's some variability with the convert thing and how it plays out, and some of that can be with kind of,
that
just
makes
wanted
sense.
to bring that out.
That makes sense.
And I'm trying to relate this to my own story because obviously my parents were Mormons pre-1978, which means they were Mormons when the church still had a priesthood and temple ban for black people.
Oh, okay.
And they also would have been Mormons when the ERA was going on.
Yes.
And so I've asked my parents, like, with my modern sensibilities, how could you have been a member of the church, of a racist church? You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're like, oh, we loved Martin Luther King, and we thought that we wanted good things for black people. So somehow in the 60s and 70s, they thought of themselves as being okay with black people progressing, and yet they were members of a structurally racist church, but they didn't see a contradiction there.
I think that is one way of explaining it. I think my parents might have been a little bit further because of the empathy that they did feel for their black neighbors. We got harassed in South Bend too. My maiden name's Kaminsky, and we got some vandalism and some harassment for being Polish in that neighborhood. And so I wondered too if that might have created a sensitivity and also a cloistering. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, that's
you don't get harassed in Detroit with the ski at the end of your name, but you did in South Bend.
Yeah, so, I can see that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned, so you talked about moving and, there being members of the German Bund. I don't even know if people know what that word means, but you're saying...
It's a kind of a white supremacist group, but an Aryan supremacist group, but a volunteer organization, not a...
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you talk about things being different. You list like 4 things in your outline.
Yeah,
so I'll prompt you if you want.
Okay.
You have my 5th grade teacher and the Christmas program.
Oh, bless. Okay, so we moved in November. So I went in the middle of the school year. And the way we did things in the previous school was that if there was a problem, the parent would write a note and the student would hand the note to the teacher. We were in the middle of a Christmas rehearsal for the Christmas program. We were singing Silent Night in German. I didn't know it in German. And so I said to Mom, we didn't know that it was, I didn't know the German. And so Mom wrote a note to the teacher And the teacher's response was, well, can't she talk for herself? Which is an edgy, ugly thing to say. But it also communicated to me that I was stupid to her, And she continued. Her mother was my piano teacher too, and she also was pretty mean. They were mean people. I have since talked to people who knew them in college too, and had those at Bob Jones, and they said the same thing. They were a harsh group. Everything about that school was harsh, and I learned to just disappear.
So the second story you have is 8th grade teacher and your socks.
It was. You remember how preppy we were in the 80s? Okay, so I had these socks.
Argyle?
Yeah, they were Argyle socks.
See, I get it. I get you.
Thanks. And my 8th grade math teacher, and this is another lesson that I learned to disappear, said at the beginning of class, when she saw my socks, she said, how far down 8 Mile did you have to chase an N-word to get those socks?
Oh. That was in a church or
church
school context?
Mm-hmm. In front of the class, 8th grade math.
So you chased down an N person
to get the socks.
to find Argyle socks.
Yeah, and it was, the class gasped. And I just sat there with my mouth hanging on because she said the N-word, and you don't do that.
But if the class gasped, that means that wasn't on brand for the church at the time?
Well, it was a bad word. You don't say that word.
But then how do we associate that with the church?
I have no idea.
Maybe it's old school church?
Maybe so.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
And I was, I don't know what I said. I just said, all I remember is my mouth hanging open. Of course, I told my mother. And of course, she scolded the teacher because you don't say that. That is not legit. But that was normal, at least for this BJU trained math teacher. This was an acceptable thing to say. Again, I learned from that to disappear. Mm-hmm. That was my persistent lesson in all of this. Just disappear. Hide. Don't make waves, which is a typical the fundamentalist way for women. It is. Sorry.
And this is really coming out. This is 8th grade.
8th grade.
You said?
Yeah.
I see.
And again, it was not that. I was covered. Everything was in the school dress code rules.
Right. You followed all the rules.
All the rules.
But you weren't safe.
Yes.
In that scenario, you were called out.
Yes.
And
exactly.
Kind of humiliated.
That's it. And it's such a silly little story. You think about it.
I don't know.
What's moving to you about that?
I think it's the disappear. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, please.
Yeah.
It's the fact that is the way to be safe. For a woman to be safe in fundamentalism is to disappear. Yeah. That's the strategy. And it has taken me this, with the recent book I published, there's a chapter in there about Bob Jones' attitudes towards his first wife. And he needed her to disappear. He hated her. He hated women. He hated women who act, is the way I summed it up. And that was the lesson in that 8th grade sock story.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that is something that those grooves are worn deep.
Deep, yeah. Yeah.
You.
Very deep. So that creates a learned helplessness that you just don't speak up.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You listed the 12th grade government teacher and your future husband.
This is the same teacher who loved Nixon, FYI. And I don't know what his deal was with me, but he told me sometime in my 12th grade year, whoever you marry, Camille, is going to be henpecked. And that's a dumb thing. It's a dumb thing to say to any young girl. And it's also incorrect. And I remember, I mean, that created a little bit of an identity.
What do you think he was trying to say to you?
That I was strong-willed. That I was strong. That I didn't disappear. I think. That I wasn't compliant. I didn't. There was a boy in the class whose name was similar to mine, so we were always next to each other in alphabetical order. And so we always got matched up. We were always next to each other, and we always got matched up. And that boy was... If I were to be nice, I would probably say he had some personality disorders. And because we were always matched up, he always wanted to compete with me. And I was not the kind to, and I'm still not, to flatter a boy, to play dumb. And I think that is what my government teacher was trying to get at, that you're not being soft.
Right.
And making him feel smarter and better. And I'm like, I'm not doing that.
That's right.
I'm not doing that. That's silly. I am who I am. And my husband likes that I am strong and smart and that I don't flatter him.
Yeah.
Let's talk a bit about your spiritual life and your beliefs in high school.
Okay.
So did you identify as Christian?
Oh, yeah.
Did you love I'll ask a bunch of questions and then did you obey all the rules? Did you rebel? Did you like to dress the way the church wanted? Did you push the lines with dating? Did you go to the movies or watch the TV that you shouldn't have? Were you fully identified, or just like it was more like a thing you did, but it really wasn't your identity? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was a pretty good kid. I didn't necessarily rebel in any way, and that might have been my neurodiversity. Maybe that played into it. I'm not sure, but I wore what I wanted. I thought I did outside of school.
So tank tops or shoulders?
Yeah.
Or mini skirts or whatever.
Shorts.
Yeah.
I probably didn't wear mini skirts in the 80s.
So you weren't doing Bob Jones University standards
Not in high school. No.
You were at a public high school?
No, Christian day school.
Okay, Christian.
Yeah.
So that lasted through 12th grade?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So,
And they didn't enforce Bob Jones University type dressing standards?
At school, I was to have my knees covered.
Okay.
But outside of school, they didn't care.
Okay.
Now, outside of school, Bob Jones cared. But outside of my Christian day school, they
But
didn't.
your parents didn't care?
No, they didn't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't really have an Orthodox upbringing outside of school?
Right. Not in a. I mean, Orthodox in religion, meaning we could have and did affirm all the Orthodox things. You know, Jesus is God. I'm a sinner. Jesus died for us. All those things. We believe the Bible.
And you went to church.
Oh, we went to church 3 times a week.
That and Sunday, and once during the week.
I guess I should say orthoprax.
That's right.
Yes.
The practice.
Fair enough.
I mean,
now I didn't go to movies.
Okay.
We rented movies back then, remember? And we would rent anything. My parents didn't care. They didn't care at all. I mean, and we'd watch them together. My parents liked to create big discussions between, in the family. So we would, watch all kinds of things. I didn't drink. I didn't really rebel. I didn't do drugs. I listened to rock and roll. I love Whitney Houston. That was my favorite.
Yeah.
So that was a rebellion from the fundamentalism, but not from my parents.
Did you have any hobbies? Were you encouraged to have interest in hobbies?
I really liked sewing. I made my winter coat. I would make suits. I just liked to sew. That was a big thing. And we lived in our suburb. You could walk to the public library, so that was a fun thing. All through high school. I would just walk there, especially in the summer because they had air conditioning. And
Yeah. I have a question about school.
okay,
So it sounds like in many ways school was like super structured,
yes,
and you have a lot of kind of church things coming in, modesty and the uniform and all of that. But like, how did you feel at school, and did you enjoy the learning part?
I did enjoy the learning part. I really did. I liked those classes that were a little harder. Our math program at that school was very good, and I enjoyed it and did very well with it. That was one of the things that the government teacher was trying to tell me because I was better at math than this boy, and it bothered him, the boy, and I was like, I don't care. This is what I'm good at. You do you, I do me, kind of thing. And I like school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked, again, the math, the history, English. That was fun.
Yeah. Yep. I'm hearing a thinking brain.
Oh, yeah, I do like, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And my parents, I mean, that was, we would have these rousing conversations
Yeah.
at dinner time, and we still do, my brother and I.
Yeah.
Yeah. My dear nieces and our spouses sometimes just leave. My brother and I will continue going on and on with conversations.
So then what about doubts about the truthfulness of your religious tradition in high school?
Oh, wow, that's interesting. I didn't really have...
Well, I'll paint a picture. We'll give you time to think. So
Okay.
like as in high school, it's like, oh yeah, the church is true, but like that whole keeping blacks from the priesthood thing, I don't get that. Or that whole polygamy thing, that makes me feel uncomfortable, but I guess it's true because it's part of our history. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or even like, wait, we're the one true church, but we're only less than 1/2% of the population. Like that God's kind of inefficient.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
right. Fair.
Or other churches, other Baptists really believe their faith, and I believe mine. So like, why do we both, is the Holy Ghost just like confused? Like how, epistemology questions. So like, did you have questions, anything like that in high school?
If about other churches, because my mother was raised Catholic, and my dad was raised Jehovah's Witnesses, we had a little bit more of an eclectic or ecumenical perspective on those other churches. Like, it's just different. My parents were heavily involved with local ministries too. So there would be lots of other kinds of Protestants involved, and so there's there's charismatic over there and there's a Pentecostal over there. So it was a little more breezy, maybe.
And they weren't invalid churches.
Yeah, they weren't invalid. They're just not ours.
See, that's the thing. The Mormon church, it's the only true church.
Yeah, and
it invites that question that I had.
Sure.
Wait, well, the only true church?
Yeah, right. The harsher the marker, the more you want to question it. And maybe that, because my parents were like, well, that's different.
Okay, that makes sense.
It was not as much of a worry. But I did I don't know why, but in high school, in my 12th grade year, I did some research for, we had to write a big paper on prohibition. And that's kind of funny that it was the 1920s again. I don't know what it is with that decade. That research into prohibition made me realize there was some flaky politics in our tradition. So maybe that was more my questioning.
So we've talked about just flat out racism, homophobia, anti-women stuff.
Yeah.
Did any of that register with you or bother you?
In high school, the racism, it just passed me by.
If someone were to come to you in high school and say, what do you think about black people?
I'd be like, well, yeah, they're fine.
Would you ever be friends with the black person?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would be friends with a black person.
Are they equal to whites?
I had a situation, we don't do missions like Mormons do, but you're heavily encouraged to go on some sort of a thing like a mission. And so one of the kinds of things I did was working for Child Evangelism Fellowship in the summers, doing backyard Bible clubs. So like a vacation Bible school. I don't know if you all have a vacation Bible school tradition, but a little 1 week fun thing for kids, but in backyards. And my partner was a black lady, and we were It was no big deal.
If you had dated a black boy in high school,
That would have been a problem.
to you or to your parents?
My
or-
parents, not to me, to my parents. They would have been upset about that.
But you, and did you have any gay friends? And if so, would you have had any opinions about that? I know it's pre-Will and Grace, right? So
When was not in high school. I don't know of any of my classmates that have come out.
was your church haranguing against gay people as part of their,
No, I don't think that was on the
Streets.
radar yet.
Oh, okay.
That would come in the 90s, as I remember.
Okay.
Wait, yeah, the 90s. That's when it started.
Okay.
I remember when it started at Bob Jones, though.
Okay.
And the haranguing was because of an event in San Francisco, which I can talk about when we get there.
And would you have been okay with the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King?
Yeah, I mean,
and
based
all
on
that?
the base, yeah, I think I would have because
Okay.
it's for equality. Who's against equality?
Okay.
That's the kind of a maybe again because of the neurodiversity. I would think, well, aren't we all for equality? I remember at Bob Jones, my sophomore year, hearing a public speaking classmate give a speech about how Martin Luther King was evil, and it's like I don't know that. Why would you say that? He was a communist. He plagiarized all this typical right-wing stuff, and it was the first time I'd heard it.
Yeah. I didn't really learn that until I was at BYU either.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I
interesting.
didn't get that growing up in high school.
Interesting.
About Martin Luther King
Yeah.
being evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So there really wasn't, and I didn't date in high school.
Oh,
I went
okay.
on
I was
some
gonna say,
dates,
yeah.
but the boys were not interested. They were not. I intimidated them as my
You weren't playing by the rules of
the gender rules, and I was looking. I wanted to date a person that I didn't have to be not me with, and those weren't those boys.
So, a faithful Mormon kid is going to go to one of the BYUs. That's
Okay.
just the way it is.
Yes.
So your dad had gone to University of Michigan and graduated,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
but he was a convert. So what was the expectation regarding university?
That's funny. Because of I would probably say because of the experience in Christian day schools where nearly all the teachers were BJU trained. If you were bookish, and a fundamentalist, a faithful fundamentalist, you kind of went to Bob Jones.
Okay.
That was just
And that's what your parents wanted for you by that at that
they
point?
would have been okay with anything. Now my brother went to Bob Jones. He's 8 years older. Even though he's 8 years older, there's a little competition there. If Steve did it, I can do it too. Steve has a PhD in rhetoric. I have a PhD in rhetoric, which is a little bit like if Steve could do it, I could do it too. So there's that. Not competition as much as, and not rivalry, more like I can do it too.
And how would that sort of like go to BJU University idea have been framed for you growing up?
Because we visited Steve, we would drive from Detroit to Greenville, South Carolina twice a year to visit him. It was just like almost, I knew that place. It was, I associated it with my brother who was, loved him. It was fun. I met his friends, it was seemed like a natural step.
Because that's a major part of the business model. You get those kids
Oh, yeah.
at a religious university where they're dating people of the faith.
You're right.
And then they get married young and start having kids while they're indoctrinated.
Yeah,
And
that would fit.
And then they become tithe-paying devout members more likely for the rest of
That
their
fits.
lives.
Because Grant and I started dating our sophomore year, and we got married right after we graduated, and then we got our master's degree at BJU, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it really wasn't a question you were going to go to BJU.
No, it wasn't. I mean, I could have gone to, Wayne State or whatever, but it was just.
And so did you know what you were getting into as a freshman at BJU? And because you didn't live BJU standards, outside of school.
Did your brother ever talk about it?
Well, Steve, Steve and I are pretty similar in that you just kind of. I have a friend who jokes that academics can just be a head on a stick. That we just like we're all up in our brains and we forget there's a body.
Yep.
And I think Steve and I are both that way, that we kind of forget about anything.
Yeah.
So he told. I mean, I heard about it from him. Again, he's male, so maybe it was different. But I heard about it and saw it, and I guess I didn't.
Yeah.
Guess I didn't accept when I arrived at Bob Jones in 1986 in the fall. My parents dropped me off, and they said goodbye. And I went right into the meeting for first year women students to hear all the rules. And I sobbed through the whole thing.
Oh.
And I'm like, did I know? Did my body know what was I'm about to? Why am I sobbing? I still don't know why I did that. But there was something that I absorbed that I was like, oh, this is different. This is more scrutiny, maybe.
Yeah. What is going to be asked of you to make this situation
and I
work?
was, I got 11 demerits, so I was a good girl. I obeyed. If at BJU, if you got fewer than 10 demerits in a semester, they were erased. And if you got 2 semesters of no demerits, so 10 or fewer in 2 semesters, you got what we called a goody-goody letter at the end of the year from Bob Jones III, where he praised you for being such a model Christian. And so I have 3 of those goody-goody letters, because that one time I got 11.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, oops, messed up.
So you sobbed hearing
All the rules. Yeah.
You didn't know what you're getting into.
Or my body knew and my brain didn't. I think maybe. I think maybe that was something going on.
Okay.
Again, the head on the sick, it doesn't necessarily connect.
Were the like BYU within Mormonism has been perceived as a relatively academically rigorous institution?
That's the perception as an outsider. I don't think that BJU likes to say they have that rigor. They really think they do, but it wasn't accredited until 2014.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big difference.
That's a huge difference.
So
because you can take a BYU degree and go anywhere, if I understand.
Oh, like the accounting program was like number 2 in the country.
Oh, wow.
And, their program, the law school was,
Oh, I didn't know they had a law school. Wow. Okay.
I mean, historically there were at least certain degrees or departments that were world class.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They like to think that they're world class, but I think that's more propaganda. I mean, BJU. We made jokes about BYU, BJU. There were jokes. Y'all probably don't make those jokes.
No,
why would you even think about BJU? No. But we
would only hear about BJU in the context of like a political debate or something.
That's how.
Makes sense. Right. Well, because the law school, it comes up in law classes because of the Supreme Court decision.
Yeah. Okay. So did Bob Jones University have that stink when you attended?
Oh, yeah. It did.
And were you aware that it had a stink?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I didn't. Except my freshman year.
I should say stigma, not stink.
It's okay. My freshman year, my brother was on faculty. And so,
Teaching rhetoric?
Yeah. And he had not had his PhD yet, but he was teaching those classes. And he and I talked a lot. And it was the typical, is that we say, Kaminsky argument. And an argument's not a bad thing. Okay, it's just a discussion. And I would hear the antagonism about Billy Graham from the pulpit, from chapel. And I asked him, Steve, why do we hate Billy Graham? I don't get it. And Steve,
remind me again.
Yeah, remind me. And Steve, who was, we're cut from the very same cloth. He was raised in the same house. He was like, I don't know. I really don't know. It has something to do with liberalism, but I'm not sure. I said, but why do we hate him? And it bothered me. I didn't get it, because Mom and Dad would talk about Billy Graham and, like, oh, he's a good man. He preaches the gospel. He's a good guy. That typical, accepting egalitarian, or ecumenical, I should say, perspective. And so because BJU was so harsh and was so pervasively harsh, the rebellion and those questions started.
So 3 hours thinking or learning about BJU, I think I know the answer. It's that Billy Graham was too progressive on racial issues.
Yes. Precisely. I know that. I absolutely know that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely. And because
you were raised in it.
Yeah.
But I figured that out in 3 hours. You were raised in it, and you couldn't answer the question. But that's the bubble that we live in.
It is. It's a bubble. Yeah. And they would. Again, I sound like a speech teacher, but they would take the word segregation. They were really against his racial integration. They were preaching racial segregation, but they called it separation or ecclesiastical separation. And so it was cloaked. Mm-hmm. It was hidden. The racism was hidden. The white supremacy was hidden.
Mm-hmm.
This may be totally irrelevant or even feel inappropriate, but I have to ask, because you say you have a Polish background?
Yeah.
Is it a Jewish Polish background?
No, I looked because I wondered.
Yeah,
I got the DNA probably through some Mormon company, and no, it wasn't. Okay. I was curious because my dad is from, I'm not going to say it correctly like he would want me to, Łomża in Poland, and there is a heavy Jewish population, and because my grandparents were Russellites, they tended toward Zionism, and I thought, well, maybe they were so. Because my dad taught me and mom, early on that anti-Semitism was wrong. That was vivid. And I thought, maybe there's a Jewish background, but no.
Okay. Just curious.
No.
Okay, so what was your time at Bob Jones University like? Did you love it? Did you hate it? Was it
well? If I had left after 4 years, I probably would still be a fundamentalist. As an undergraduate, I was fine. It was big enough. And I had learned to disappear enough that I could operate fine. I could, be an academic, be bookish, and enjoy that world, the book world. I knew how to look obedient, and I was pretty obedient. But like I had a friend who. She didn't look as obedient. She looked more European, a little edgier. She got in trouble more when she and I were doing the same things. But it's just, I didn't get scrutiny in quite the same way.
So normal-ish university experience, go to classes. I was on time. I met my husband. Yeah, I dated. Yeah, I dated. It was casual. It was all casual until I met Grant. And he was awesome. So,
what did you love about Grant? What stood out about Grant?
Grant was a gentleman. He is the only. My dad would, when we were walking, my dad would treat me like a princess. He would say this gallant story of, a gentleman always walks on the outside of the sidewalk so that the carriages as they're driving by, they don't splash on her dress. He would tell me this gallant little story. And Grant is the only person I've known who knew that story as well. So I was impressed with that. Grant was hilarious. He's funny. He made me laugh, and we could talk about anything. We're still talking about anything, which is awesome. So we just he was funny. He was kind, and we got along very well.
How orthoprax and orthodox was his upbringing?
That's interesting. He would say, now he's from Missouri. He's from St. Louis, Missouri. So his Baptistness was a little more connected to the Texas Baptist, which could be a little bit more hard-nosed. But his parents, too, were not. You obey at school, but when you come home, you can go to movies, you can wear shorts. It was a little more
dance.
Easy. Oh no, not that. No, we can't dance.
Don't take it that far, John. We need to go
Baptists
to the
can't dance.
Well, again, you're saying all the things you didn't necessarily observe at home.
He could go to movies. I mean, it's like I could. I didn't go though, but he would go to movies, and his mother wore pants, but no dancing. Baptists don't dance. Yeah. We're bad at it. We're just
okay.
I remember seeing my sons dance. First time I saw my children dance at a wedding, and it was glorious. They were so good. They were so good. But anyway, not me.
There can be like an embodiment. Like you kind of have to be in your body.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And Gavin, he was 4 and he was doing the worm on the floor. It was just so funny. That child was so funny.
Yeah. This is totally going back in the timeline, but I didn't have you talk about the graffiti you found in your yearbook. Do you want to tell that story?
Sure.
Just because
I
apologize for going back.
Yeah,
we're
that's
back in high school just for a second.
I was bullied something fierce in high school, and I don't know. Well, I do know why. I'm like I've said in the outline, I'm neurospicy, and so the kids pick up on that. And there was all kinds of things that they did. Drive by my house I don't know what they were doing there. Follow me, prank phone calls. I did have 2 different of my classmates come to my house years later and apologize for the way they treated me. And I always appreciated that. So it was known. But one of the things was I was on yearbook, and we had a little cubby for our work that we'd keep our work in, and everybody's name was on it. And someone just put, my name was Camille Kaminsky, and they put, Camille Kaminsky will die. And, well, that's true. It was indicative of the hate that I got. And I don't know, again, it was just I think my neurodiversity that caused that, which probably also made me more distant from those kids.
Yeah. Was there a religious connection to that at all? Or?
I don't.
Just random.
Random, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. All right. Just checking in.
And it was small. I mean, those Christian day schools are not big. I mean, there were 23 in my graduating class.
Okay.
So it's easier to pick on somebody. Your
12th grade graduating class had 23 people. Oh wow. That's
so teeny. I was the
valedictorian.
Yeah, the token. Neurospicy person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So normally college was where my questioning of the church really accelerated, because for me, I'm learning about evolution. I'm learning about age of the earth and geology. I'm learning about the civil rights movement and literature. And I'm reading the great books and seeing how diverse the world is. And so BYU, weirdly, and I had liberal, not politically liberal, but they were politically liberal, but that's not what I mean. They were sort of theologically liberal professors that were like, abortion's complicated and evolution's probably not true, and Noah's story probably isn't literal, and Adam and Eve probably may not have been literal, and the church has made mistakes, and maybe the priesthood ban was a mistake. And, I was getting all that at BYU, but it was in an honors class. So like there are other people who were at BYU who wouldn't have gotten those messages. And I apologize for the length of this question, but the reason I'm asking it is, did you have any intellectual awakenings in your undergraduate years?
No.
Not what?
Because they were very careful to not do that.
So you had no liberalness.
No. Now, when I was teaching in those same classes, of course, I'm not there anymore. Probably part of this. When I was teaching those classes, I would push, but my teachers, I don't remember any of them pushing. In grad school, I started to get some of it.
Okay, so we'll get there.
Yeah.
So as far as undergrad goes, up until even getting married, no doubts, no questions, business as usual. And you said you just stayed small, and that's how you survived. Yeah. No big conflicts or traumatic events as an undergrad.
Not really.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, it was pretty peaceful.
Okay. That's crazy.
It is, and pretty boring, in a sense.
Yeah, okay. So y'all got married what year?
1990.
Which would have been your what? Senior year?
Senior year.
Okay.
Right after we graduated.
And was the plan, did they have the quiverful thing where you have as many kids as possible?
Not really.
No?
I think that came later.
Really?
Yeah, because there was a presumption. In fact, I don't know that it was ever stated. It might have been unstated that you were not to have children while you were in grad school
Whoa.
at Bob Jones.
What? Wait, but I mean, would they have wanted people to go out into the world and delay having kids? Because our church is like,
Yeah,
get
y'all.
married as soon as possible, have as many kids as possible, that's healthy.
It was not that unusual that
laughing?
we were not.
Because she was like, y'all.
Sorry. It was not that. I didn't feel it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't feel it. Now, again,
Interesting.
maybe the head on the stick problem is going on, and it just whatever.
Okay.
I mean, my mom was 39 when she had me,
Oh.
so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so not the pressure to get married young and have as many babies as possible.
you got married young. You got married young so you could have sex.
Okay.
So I mean, we got married as soon as it was legitimately possible in 1990. Right after we graduated.
From grad school or
No, from undergrad.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But then being in grad school, you're
not
not,
supposed to-
necessarily
Yeah.
feeling pressured to have kids.
Interesting. That's
No,
different.
It is different.
That's different.
It is different. You were presumed to go on the pill. That's usually what we did. Now, I don't know if that was written down or anything, but that was presumed. It was in the ether.
Okay, so we, early on, contraception was viewed as evil. So y'all don't have that history?
Not when we were young marrieds.
Okay,
I
yeah.
think some of them now feel that way,
Yeah.
but not when we were young.
Yeah, in 50s, 60s, 70s, in the Mormon church,
Yeah.
contraception was viewed
Yeah.
as evil.
So like the Catholics.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And we changed that at some point. But
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so so here's a question that's going to feel very jarring for those who are listening and who didn't hear the intro. Did your parents believe that they should hit children? And tell our audience why I'm asking you that question.
Okay, so my parents, I was
You
spanked.
may not want to answer.
Yeah, no, my parents spanked me twice,
Okay.
maybe 3 times.
Okay.
I remember
Two or
twice.
3 times.
Yeah, and it was an extreme, meaning we knew it was presumed to be an extreme thing, not required, not necessary, but meaning you don't have to hit often. So it did exist. I always felt my mom was a little bit skeptical of it.
What was taught?
Reluctant.
Reluctant.
What
yeah.
was taught about hitting children when you were growing up?
The church, it was presumed that you must spank. I heard that from the pulpit, that God requires that. God requires parents to physically cause pain so the children learn that they're sinners, so that they learn that they need a savior and that they learn to obey.
But it's almost sounding like with the Pentecostals, there's the speaking in tongues rite of passage.
Yeah.
It's almost like a parent would have a rite of passage of hitting their kid.
Oh, I've compared it to a sacrament. Like they almost think it's a means of grace.
Dark,
Isn't it? That there's a means of grace to that hitting, to pain.
No, a sacrament's a rite of passage.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's kind of like the 2x2s too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
Inherent
yes,
to
I heard that,
parenting in
and
the 2x2s.
I heard that conversation. You're right.
And there's probably a biblical verse, spare the rod, spoil the child, or something. Some verse
they do. They take Proverbs very literally, which Proverbs
says
aren't.
what?
Which says, the blueness of the wound causes healing or cleansing. And there's some others, the clobber verses that they say.
We have no idea what a clobber verse is.
Sorry. In Proverbs, there are a few verses that could be taken, if they're taken literally, that you have to hit your children. Mm-hmm. This person here, as I sit here, would say they're Proverbs. They're not to be taken literally. They're Proverbs. Like, a stitch in time doesn't literally save 9.
Right.
That's not why we say that proverb. It means do a little work now so you don't have to do a bunch of work later.
Got it.
And those proverbs are not intended to be, the rod is not intended to be a literal rod. It's a parent's authority to bring in a child and to protect a child. That's how this person would say it.
Okay, so I was spanked a couple times by
Sure.
my dad
Sure.
and my mom. Yeah, my mom. There were a couple times she'd hit me on the head with a ring or get a yardstick and swap my legs. But I mean, I do not feel like I was abused.
Yeah.
I don't think they were taught that. I don't think it was ever part of a curriculum. So we experienced that. I don't know if it was sort of like
that sounds
formalized into the religious culture.
I think it was because my parents were converts. They weren't as maybe indoctrinated into a curriculum. By the time my children came along, however, there was a formal curriculum, literal from Gary Ezzo. I don't know if that term, that man means anything to you.
No, tell us.
Growing Kids God's Way. Oh, what a terrible name. Where he would say,
who is this guy? Well,
some South Carolinian who has created a curriculum for fundamentalist parents about how, even from infancy, to raise them so that they have to earn their connection with their parents. That's how I would summarize it. A baby. Yeah. Like if you have to teach a child from feeding them from newborn that they only get the food when you decide, which is setting a child
a lot
up.
of control
Lots
involved.
and then isn't there something called blanket parenting?
Yeah,
or something?
that, and I think
Tell
that's
us what
more,
that is for those who haven't
that's
seen.
more of
Is it called blanket parenting?
yeah.
What's it called?
Michael Pearl does that. Michael Pearl
What's
is
it
another blanket training,
Blanket training.
and
Where a
he's
kid can't get off the blanket.
yeah, and you hit him if he goes off the blanket.
Right.
A baby, crawling,
gosh.
which is not good. That's not good. It's not good. It's just, I mean, it's so.
Hot take.
That is not good.
Sorry, there's a lot of hitting, and Michael Pearl's another one.
Yeah.
He's.
There's hitting and spanking, right?
I say hitting because I don't want it to be. It's a strategic choice.
It's more than a slap of the open hand to
Yes,
the bottom.
that's true.
Right?
That's true.
It can be.
For the blanket training, I think the mother is supposed to sit there with a ruler or a glue stick. That's a big deal.
What?
And, it's a hit with a glue stick.
Wow, for a baby.
Oh yeah, and you hit the hand.
So we're making light of this, but this is
Yeah.
actually really
Yeah, I've seen glue sticks used for toddlers at Dollywood. That is, because Dollywood is kind of the place you go for vacation, and it's near Sevierville where the Church of God has their headquarters, so you have a lot of Pentecostals there. So a mom will come around with her, and you'll see several glue sticks sticking out of her diaper bag, and she'll just yank it out, hit the child in line at a ride, and yeah, I usually stop when I see it because we were in line for the cars with my kids, and the lady was hitting her toddler, and I was like, "What are you doing? It's just, he's not doing anything bad. He's just being a little kid. It's an amusement park. He's just noisy." Grant takes my arm. He says, "Come on, you don't want to get in a fight at an amusement park." But
Okay. Don't judge me. Until today, I'd never heard of the term clobber verses. So,
okay.
So I Chat GPT'd them.
Yeah, okay.
It's the one thing I trust Chat GPT for. I'm going to read a few of them.
Okay.
Is that okay? Margie, have you heard of clobber verses before?
no.
Okay. It's apparently a thing.
yeah, it is a thing.
Because you said it and Chat GPT.
And my LGBTQ friends use they have the same term, but they use it for verses that are taken out of context
That's
to
right.
clobber them.
When I first Googled it,
Yeah.
there was an LGBT context to the responses. So then I Chat GPT'd. All right. So Proverbs 13:24, he that spareth his rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chasteneth him betimes. Okay, that's one. Is that familiar?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Margie, I heard you moan. Why are you moaning over there?
It's just a rough go.
But I mean, if you're going to take it literally, the rod is a literal rod,
Yeah.
PVC pipe, glue stick, paddle.
geez.
Sorry. Why do I know that? And then,
It's dark.
yeah,
We're laughing, but it's dark.
it
I
is
want
dark.
to acknowledge that.
And
I know. We'll take a sensitive take too.
yeah, this person here is saying, no, the book is trying to say, the Proverbs is trying to say, don't refrain from using your authority to protect your child.
Okay.
Sorry.
Proverbs 22:15. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him. Margie, thoughts?
We're not doing this dance. You just keep reading.
Okay.
It's a dance. So,
Any commentary, Camille?
well,
on that one?
I mean, yeah, that's used. I just read that.
I mean, I am interpreting it.
Yeah, that's how they can interpret it.
Yeah, that's
that's
if I'm
how-
giving it a cold reading.
Yeah, I just did a little article for the Encyclopedia Bible and its reception about punishment, and I quoted Michael Pearl, who quoted that verse exactly, and he said, "See, that means you need to punish your."
Jeez, this gets worse.
Yeah.
Proverbs 23:13-14. Withhold not correction from the child, for if thou beatest him with the rod, he shall not die. Thou shalt beat him with the rod, and shalt deliver his soul from hell. This is in a Mormon Bible. And like, I make fun of Mormons for never reading like D&C 132,
Sure.
where God is commanding Emma to let Joseph have polygamous wives, else she be destroyed. This is in the Mormon Bible, and I've never paid attention to it.
Yeah, it's
That's
there.
horrendous.
It
That
is horrendous.
verse is
It is
horrendous.
And what my gentle parenting friends and I would want to say is, look, we know you obviously can beat a child to death. You can't. I mean, it's a terrible thing to say.
But God's promising you your child will be okay.
So we reason it can't mean that literally. It's got to mean something else, because you can beat a child.
Well, I mean, there are OCD, scrupulous,
Yes,
ultra-Orthodox, ultra-Orthoprax religious people of any tradition. And
or less than good intentioned.
Less than, right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is
That's a big one. That one you just read. That's and the blueness of the wound one. I don't know where that is.
I'll see if I find it. So there's Proverbs 29:15. The rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child left to himself bringeth his mother to shame. Who freaking wrote Proverbs? Who wrote Proverbs?
I also
Solomon.
think
Well, it was also traditional. It was
He's viewed as wise?
Yeah.
What the?
He's also it's an anthology. He's gathering all the things that he's heard. I'm sorry to be that was my.
I think
rhetorician
too.
coming
It's
up.
like
You're apologist.
aside from less than good intentioned, it just provides a justification for parents lashing out when they can't emotionally regulate. Then they can come back and justify it with a belief set of like, it's for their own good.
Absolutely.
I'm doing it because I love them, and look, it's right here. They need it.
Absolutely.
And that's the really troubling aspect of it.
It's absolute, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, as opposed to adults that actually.
Yeah, I am the adult. This is what I told myself. I'm the adult. You're the baby. I'm gonna.
That's right.
Take care of you. I
Yeah.
hate you. Hitting is just so ridiculous.
Okay, and I'm actually okay. And then Proverbs 20:30, the blueness of a wound cleanseth away evil, so do stripes the inward parts of the belly. Now I think of stripes as Jesus was hit while he was being tortured. So stripes I think of as physical beating.
Yeah.
So it's basically saying bruise your kid.
Yeah. That's how they take it. Yeah.
Jeez. The Proverbs needs to be stricken from the Bible, man.
It's
But it's just another area, in the Bible. Like, the Bible says a lot of horrific things. So this is just another area. Women.
Right.
Well, it's one I was not aware. Like, I'm 55.
Yeah.
I've been studying religion for a while.
a long time.
Did you know the Bible had this?
I knew that it had it. I did not know the specific verses.
Yeah,
like to what
I
extent,
didn't know it had this literal. Anyway, wow, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you see why I objected.
So back to your story. So for someone raised in the 70s and 80s, it sounds like you had a normative amount of corporal parental spanking.
I think so. For 70s and 80s, yeah.
Okay.
It was
Similar
all the
to mine.
70s.
Similar
but,
to mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like maybe my dad spanked me with the belt once.
Yeah. Yeah.
But okay. I think my mom spanked me more than my dad, honestly.
It's because she's around more, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So fast forward to Bob Jones University. Are there religion classes at Bob Jones University?
Yes. You have to take one every semester.
Same with BYU. Did you know that?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants.
Are they
Testament, Old
rigorous?
Testament. I mean, some are.
They can be. It depends on the professor.
Okay, because ours were the easiest and most academically
It depended.
lax.
Like I took a New Testament class from a Wilford Griggs, who was a Greek scholar.
Oh, well, that'd be good then.
So, I mean, it was, but also there were these cheesy, weird
yeah.
professors that talked this folk doctrine,
Okay.
that was really damaging. And
Variable.
completely anti-academic.
That's where I got that 100% God, 100% man was from Bible doctrines.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, so is that where you get indoctrinated to like the real Baptist stuff or not?
that in
Bob
chapel.
Jones. Okay.
I mean, you hear it. Chapel would be more. They kind of tried to make it varied, so you'd have a guest speaker and different topics, different themes for a week or whatever. So, and that's where it got more political than I think the academic classes.
And the reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to figure out, when does your intellectual awakening begin? And I'm thinking, if in a religion class or at church you were taught beat your children, I would wonder if Camille would have wait a minute, did someone just say beat your children? Like that,
It didn't
I'm not
happen
going to do that.
They didn't say that They didn't say beat your children in a Bible class. But we call them Bible classes. They would have said that in the pulpit, and maybe I would have just again the let it pass over me because it wasn't affecting me yet because I didn't have children yet.
That's right.
So it just whatever.
Yeah.
So maybe you could have even interpreted it that loosely or metaphorically, even if they used the words.
Yeah.
You could have maybe even interpreted it.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, they said it. They did say it a lot. I do remember, and the lots of sermons about that, about rock and roll, about movies, about separation, religious separation. Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you're thinking, John, that she has this, cognitive awakening, and then later on it's the child. It is what happened.
I think that might be what happened, but I want to hear your actual.
Oh, I was curious though. I could see it happening for many people. The visceral experience of a child being threatened in this thing as being the first thing that wakes you out of it, where you're like, no, you won't be hitting my child actually. And then it starts
that. I think that would
Spoiler
describe
alert.
it. Yeah, that would describe it.
No, because of your questioning.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just saying.
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the fact that it took so long to get him.
Okay,
that's
we'll get
later.
there. So it sounds like you were in Bob Jones University in some ways without being of Bob Jones University in sort of a indoctrinated sense.
Okay, maybe.
I don't know. What do you think?
Maybe.
I mean, you were passing, you were obeying, you were conforming.
I would have thought that I was because I would have thought there on the cover of all the catalogs and calendars and phone books and everything for the 1991 school year was a picture of my husband and me as we were walking down the sidewalk. So I referenced that because we were literal poster children. I mean, we were the ideal couple, dating but not touching, walking down the sidewalk. So I thought I was of Bob Jones. I clearly wasn't, but I thought I was.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that's the weird, with my parents. It's like, wait, your church was racist before 78. And they're like, we loved black people. My parents were in some ways in the Mormon church without in always being of the Mormon church.
Fair enough.
And that gave me a different upbringing than some of my friends whose parents were Bruce R. McConkie, hardcore Orthodox Mormons, right?
Right. I definitely. I have a friend who her dad was a board member at Bob Jones, and she was much more
Yeah.
like you're describing.
Yeah.
Loyal, even.
Okay. All right. So y'all get married, and maybe we go to starting to have kids. 'Cause
Okay,
that's where
well,
the story-
grad school. It took us a while to have kids.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was grad school at Bob Jones.
Yeah.
It was a master's in public speaking, and I have to tell you this because this is part of the awakening, I think. My master's project was about early feminist arguments for women's equality from the Bible. And my teacher, my professor, was fine with it. He was like, "Yeah, that sounds good." He got me. He's probably a little bit of the head on the stick personality too, and he was like, "Yeah, that sounds good." And so he was all for it. The way BJU's program worked was you write your argument, your kind of like your thesis, early in your process, and then you form it into a public presentation that you deliver to the undergraduate audience in 60 minutes. On my committee was Bob Jones III's wife, Benneth Jones, and she did not approve. It is wrong for women. It is wrong for Christians, she said it that way, to argue for rights. And even though you can say that there are some arguments for equality from the Bible, this isn't right. And that's when I started to think,
Okay.
wait a minute. You're not being logical. You're not reading the Bible. Nor are you knowing the history of these arguments. I don't know what my teacher said to her. He said, "I'll take care of it." He said, "Don't worry about it." And he wrote her and smoothed things over for me. I don't know what he did. And I did it. I did that presentation, but she did object. So there's that difference starting to come through.
Okay, so you're starting.
So then we teach there for 4 years. We graduate. My husband has he taught voice. I taught speech. We stay there for 4 years, and then in 1996 we go to Indiana University to get our doctoral degrees. That was the school paid. Bob Jones paid for that.
Oh, wow.
And would that be accredited?
Yeah.
Doctoral degrees?
Yeah. I mean, Indiana University,
Yeah.
Big Ten,
Yeah.
big research school. Yeah. I mean, it was.
It's kind of a
Now,
big
I didn't
deal.
get in Grant got in. I didn't get in because the professor said, DJU's not accredited, and your recommendation letters were a little strange, he said. He said, but you can take classes. So I did the thing where you take classes to prove myself. And I did get in eventually. So, but I was like, what are strange about my recommendation letters? That's weird. So I opened them up. Back then, I don't know if you remember, they would seal the letter and write on the seal of the envelope. And that's what you handed in.
To know that it wasn't doctored.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had an extra set. So I was like, I'm going to read these. And the dean, and everybody who's from Bob Jones knows who the dean is, said in my letter, when Camille graduated with her master's degree, since we were hiring her husband, a fine lyric tenor, we decided to hire her as well.
So you were a spousal hire.
I was a
according to
spousal
your
hire.
dean.
Yeah. And Grant was really the stellar one. And now he is a fine lyric tenor, by the way. But then I was like, oh yeah, okay, so I'm chopped liver. I know who I am at this point. And, I learned in grad school at Indiana that the best rhetorical criticism comes from criticizing your own stuff, your own culture. And right when I was in, I was going in for a DNC because I had a miscarriage. I was in grad school. It was March 3rd, 2000. It was my first pregnancy loss. I was in the lobby of the hospital going in for a DNC. it was very crowded. You know how those things are. And it was the same day that John McCain was confronting Bob Jones University for its racist past.
You said 2000-ish?
Yes, May 3rd, 2000. And so everybody knew who Bob Jones University was and knew what it was all about. And I go up to, and I was still under Bob Jones' employ on a leave of absence. I go up to pay my insurance, and the lady says, she looks at my insurance card. She says, Bob Jones University. Sorry, that was really loud. I apologize. Okay. But she said it really loud. Yeah. Everybody heard. And that is the first time I felt utter humiliation at being associated. That was the first time I felt humiliation of being associated with that place. And of course, it only grew from there. Sorry that I was loud.
You were making it realistic.
I was. But that was another.
Well, the world thinks we're weird.
Yeah.
The world thinks we're bigots.
And we were.
Which is, and you're outside the bubble.
In a vulnerable place.
But it's weird that you're in adulthood and you don't know yet that the world thinks you're bigots and weird, right?
Right.
Somehow Mormons get a sense for that very early.
Really? Yeah. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I knew, and
Isn't that funny? That might be me, though. It might be, again, the head on the stick person.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It might be me.
Okay.
I can see that.
Well, I mean, I grew up in a Baptist town where they would teach Mormons and other cults as like a seminar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So kids would come to school. You're a Mormon. Do you have horns on your head? Do you how many wives do you have? That you get that starting as a young kid.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. So you were an outsider early on, and I guess I was as a fundamentalist, but it was.
I guess you went to Baptist Christian school.
Yeah.
So you that keeps you in a bubble.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's mind-blowing. I don't know a lot about Bob Jones University, but it blows my mind that someone could reach adulthood being affiliated with the religion that feeds into Bob Jones University and not know how they're perceived nationally.
I think it is so pervasive. The apology is so pervasive. Or the apologetics about it. Oh, no, that's just religious freedom. Or no, that's just, we love everybody. And that's part of it. It was pretty consistent.
Yeah, wild.
So that was in 2000, we returned to Bob Jones that summer and bought a house, my husband and I sat down to write my dissertation, which was confronting how BJU handled Campaign 2000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So since my teacher said the best criticism comes from criticizing your own.
Oops.
Yeah. And he said to me, are you sure they're going to let you do that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
At Bob Jones, the provost said, are you sure they're going to let you do that at Indiana? So that was kind of funny. So I was trying to play with that inside-outside thing that was going on. And I wrote the dissertation and
did you criticize your culture at that point?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was so gentle.
What was it? What was the critique?
That they are, and this is talking insider baseball a little bit, that they try to be comedic. They try to be comic, which is kind of a progressive term, in their outsider status, but they are too bent towards tragedy, towards hurting themselves. Really, I mean, that is really
like self-inflicted wounds
yes.
culturally.
Yeah, that does feel very soft.
It's very soft.
Very, very
it
gentle.
Is so gentle. So gentle. Oh gosh.
It's not their racist bigots.
No, oh no, that's this book, this latest book. That wasn't that book.
Came later.
Yeah, that came later. So we returned. I wrote my dissertation. As I was writing my dissertation, I became pregnant with my second pregnancy. And
let me ask really quickly, did the swimsuit story come before this?
Oh, it did come before this.
Will you tell that story real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So when we were in 1992, my husband and I traveled on what we called then ensemble, which now they call ministry team.
It's a choir singing.
Yeah, it's four people singing, traveling. It's just four. And we all pile in, there's a pianist, 4 vocalists, and a preacher. We all pile in a Suburban and drive around the country. we started in Spartanburg, went all the way down to McAllen, Texas, up the coast of California, and then Utah, covered Utah, and last was in Little Rock. Before we left, they gave us clothing, and it was nice. I mean, they went to Talbot's, bless them, so it was pretty good. But Benneth Jones, Bob Jones III's wife, told us that she wanted to see our swimsuits on us.
Oh.
Not see them in lying down. Right. But to model them in front of her.
You're a married woman.
I'm a married woman.
Yeah.
I was like, no. I thought that once I got married, I was myself, and it was between my husband and me, or me. I mean, ideally, it's between me, but I was not going to do that. It just pissed me off. And of course, I ranted to Grant about it too. And so I lied. I said it hadn't come in yet. I had ordered it from Land's End, which is the most
I hear you.
modest swimming suit that you could get. And I showed her a picture, and she said, "Okay, that's fine." But I was like, I thought the goal of this purity culture that I was in was to get to the altar as a virgin. Right. I had done that. So now, if I'm faithful to my marriage vows, it's none of your business.
Yeah.
Apparently that wasn't, I was still open for bodily scrutiny.
Right. That's so interesting.
It's so weird. It's so bizarre. And speaking of the bodily scrutiny, when I was pregnant, I tell my students this story and they all go, "What?" This is a weird, confusing story. And I haven't made sense of it yet. I was pregnant with Elise, with my daughter. And my friend, Anne, and I were planning a musical group for a little thing for our big annual conference, Bible conference. That's what they call it. All women. And I had a cute little pink suit. So, everything was covered. It was cute. I looked cute. I was going to wear that. And so we were starting to plan it, and the male planner said, "Oh, no, you can't have her sing." Me. He says to Anne, "You can't have her sing when she's visibly pregnant."
This is like Lucille Ball vibes of early 60s,
It is.
We're like, "Oh, you can't be pregnant on national TV."
Right.
Back in the late 50s, early 60s, yeah.
I had not put that one together.
Yeah.
And Anne and I were like befuddled. Why? We've never heard of this rule. I thought being pregnant was good.
Yeah.
I waited this long. We had been married 11 years at this point.
Yeah.
But there's like somehow
What is that?
if you're visibly pregnant in a public setting, it denotes that sex must have happened at some point.
That's the only
right?
thing I can think of.
Yeah, and we don't
that
want
I have a
anyone
working
thinking
body.
that sex actually ever happens.
Yeah, it's calling attention to her.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can figure. And so I think they said, okay, she can do it if she is in the back. And so Anne and I were like, this is weird. Then I ended up getting the stomach flu, and I didn't do it at all. So I was like, oh well, that problem solved with that.
No, I just read a biography of Ricky Ricardo.
Oh really? I saw that.
No, Desi Arnaz. Desi Arnaz. And then there's a documentary on Lucy Ball and Desi Arnaz Jr.
Yeah.
And in there was a time where you couldn't say the word pregnant.
I remember
on TV.
Lucy is inscient, whatever they said.
And she and he were the first to kind of break that barrier. And at the end of a season, they actually had their real baby.
Yeah.
And it was like a global event. But it was a breakthrough watershed moment. And it sounds like Bob Jones University was like 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Behind the times.
Yeah, it would be what? 50 years behind the times.
Right, yeah.
That sounds about right.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I think, can we just highlight a couple things about that too, is just how oftentimes when you're in these high control religions, how we get used to people really having boundary breaking behavior. It's like normalized. So that is a key example of just, and then the second thing is just that continued experience of like, yeah, your body's not your own. It's what men actually
Right.
are experiencing about your body. Yeah.
Around because
Around,
of
yes.
any preposition you put there, and
Yeah.
it was really weird. And I do tell my students that story when we're talking about feminist rhetoric, and they're all, it is a very suspicious, odd thing. So that was Elise. This is in March of 2000, and she, her due date was July 3rd, 2000. July 4th, we went out, saw some fireworks. I remember that vividly. July 5th, my parents were in town to see her birth. We went out. We went to the museum. It was at Bob Jones, the art gallery at Bob Jones, which is world renowned. It is when it was open, a very fine gallery, and walked around to try to get me into labor because she was overdue at this point. On July 6th, which was our 11th wedding anniversary, I didn't feel her move anymore. And it just felt weird. I couldn't feel her. So we went to the radiologist to get an ultrasound. And that was a really quiet ultrasound. And I remember the tech did it. Then the radiologist came in, and it was very quiet. And I remember him putting up the wand or whatever slowly and saying that she had died. And her room was ready, We had diapers in her drawer. It was everything, you know how you do before a baby's born, you got everything all set. And the radiologist said, "We've called your doctor, so go to his office." And BJU had this thing, they don't do this anymore, where you had to have BJU doctors. It was a means of control of the person and of the finances, but of the person is what you felt. But this doctor, I'll say his name, Dr. Terrell, was a fine doctor. He was very gentle with us, very, very kind. Walked into the clinic, and that's when it hit me because I saw the grief on their faces. And so he was very gentle, but here's the procedure. So we went to the hospital. She was born on the 7th, again, born still. And there was a lot of crying. It was just difficult. This sucks. There's nothing good about this.
Yep.
But after she was born, when my milk came in, that was the most useless I had ever felt. That was very hard. So after that was in July, I would go on to have 2 more miscarriages, and every one of them was different causes, according, because they were really now investigating. So, the doctor, now you get a lot of attention at this point, and they're really trying to help. So Isaac, my oldest, was conceived and born, and he would be born in December 2003. I wanted to make sure I did everything right. I mean, because I did feel like he was going to be my screamer.
And this doesn't matter, I guess, but how old are you at this point?
Oh, let's see, it says 2003. So I'm 35.
Okay. And you had tried to have kids for how long?
Since 2000.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So actively. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I wanted to do it right. So I read all those fundamentalist parenting books. I read them. I wanted to do this. This one's going to work. I wanted this one to work. Well, because they were worried about Elise, about what caused Elise, and they weren't sure. He was born a little early. They induced a little early. I was under those induction drugs, whatever, I can't remember what it's called now, for 4 days. So that was kind of rough.
Wait, what
is that stuff they put in you?
Pitocin?
That's it, yeah.
Pitocin.
For 4 days, yeah.
To induce labor.
Can I have a moment? Like, that's a go.
Oh, gosh,
with
yeah.
Pitocin.
I mean, they take it off at night so I could rest, and they'd tell Grant, because they don't let you eat when you're on that. And they'd say to Grant, okay, go get her some food. And my sweet husband would bring me a large chocolate milkshake from McDonald's, large fries, and a double quarter pounder. And I was so hungry. Of course, then we went back on. Well, he finally was born, my sweet little screamer. And it was great. My sweet, but he breathed in too early, so he was in the NICU, which meant that he had a hard start with nursing, which is normal. I mean, that is normal. I had to nurse him for my healing, for my peace, because it was so hard with Elise. When my mail came in, I had to nurse Isaac.
Yes.
It wasn't, I now know that it wasn't just economy. It was really my healing. I needed to do it. So he was born on 3 days before Christmas. He was in the NICU for 10 days. He came home on New Year's Day. So that's when he came home, New Year's Day, 2004. And he finally got it. He finally latched on. It was working on New Year's Day. The Fundamentalist parenting book said to nurse this is Gary Ezzo, says nurse every 3 hours for 30 minutes. That's part of the discipline that you have to teach your newborn.
It's so wild.
Isn't it? My joke is Isaac hadn't read the books.
Wait, why is that so wild, Margie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm assuming he's not a doctor.
No, he's not.
And this idea of having a parent plan for literally a being that has just been born, that's going by instincts alone, has
and needs
its
to
own,
eat of all things.
It kind of knows what it needs to eat.
This is kind of biology.
Right.
And
Right.
Yeah.
Again, Isaac hadn't read the book, so he would eat every 2 hours for an hour.
But it's kind of about objectifying the kid from the start, right?
It's kind of that making the child the it.
Object.
And like,
true.
I am going to,
The child is an it to be trained and conformed and molded.
Molded by the parent's will.
Yeah.
Like God's will, right?
Very dark.
Which is weird.
Yeah, it seems, I didn't realize how dark it was.
Yeah, like
when I read the outline, I'm like, huh?
The parent's not God, but they're trying to make the parent into a kind of God.
Yeah.
Which is a huge ego boost. But Isaac wasn't, he ate every 2 hours for an hour. And I would say now, he's 21, and his two highest values are coziness and carbohydrates. And so nursing was everything that appealed to him.
So if you tried to go 3 hours,
he would
in
scream.
30 minutes,
he would scream.
I feel like all of my kids would have screamed.
Fair. I think my mother-in-law would say the same thing.
Yeah.
And my mom. Yeah, that's one of the things I realized.
Ill-informed. Not going to work.
Both my mother-in-law and my mother were like, you feed him. Period. And I would realize that, like,
wow,
that, he's going to need what he needs. In a sense, I don't know if he was high need, because that was the phrase that they used back then. I don't know if he was high need. I don't care if he was high need. He needed the food.
Yes, right.
And I thought to myself, wow, the Gary Ezzo and that whole fundamentalist parenting thing was all wrong. Everything about it's wrong. It's not working. I wonder what else he was wrong about. There's the breakthrough.
There it comes.
Here it comes.
Here it comes. Where's the light bulb coming on for Camille?
So, and it was with that little Isaac.
I would have never guessed in a million years that a Christian faith crisis would begin with nursing a baby.
But don't you love that, though?
Yeah,
because
I love it,
I do think there's an aspect for what we can't see for ourselves. We can see
that the baby.
Our children, for people we love.
And I wasn't just a head on a stick at that moment.
Yes, right.
I think that was
more connected to your body.
Literally,
too.
I had to be for him.
That's right.
and that organicness, I was like realizing and healing from Elise's birth too. So I found a friend that I had met in grad school who's a Gary Ezzo employee. And I thought, I wonder what, her name's Lori Moody, and she's still a friend. I wonder what Lori Moody's doing now, since I'm sitting there nursing this baby forever. And I find her, she had left the whole punitive parenting thing too, and the whole strict nursing.
And is it safe to assume Bob Jones III endorsed this?
Oh, yes.
This parental approach? When
you went to the doctor, because you had to go to the doctor, their doctor, the pediatrician there would tell you to follow Gary Ezzo.
Okay.
Because,
it's like T. Barry Brazelton, but Bob Jones' version.
Right.
I get. Oh, I hear what you're saying, because I'm like, T. Barry Brazelton was like a love.
He was like the authority when we, you know what I mean?
And he was child-centered.
No, I know.
That's
saying,
right. I remember
that's
that
why I
name.
said Bob Jones' version, right?
Yeah.
Yes, got it.
Okay.
Right. But parent-centered.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, that's just so dumb. With a newborn.
Parent-centered parenting. I love it. Parent-centered parenting with the newborn.
So I found Lori, and Lori had left she had an epiphany too. And she had left that whole cruel parenting thing. And she had a whole deconstruction of those clobber verses on her website. This is back when mommy blogging was big. I've heard you talk about mommy blogs too. This is when mommy blogs were big. And she had on her blog a whole deconstruction of that. I printed it out and put it in my diaper bag, or the kids, Isaac's diaper bag, and read it every time I was nursing him, because I was like, can it possibly be that this is all not what I've been taught it means? Mm-hmm. Is it possible? And so Isaac was around 4 or 5 months old, and I mentioned it to Grant. I finally got the courage. I said, I am not going to spank him. I am never going to hit him. And Grant of course, he had not come to he had not had quite the physical relationship with the child as I had. And he said, I don't know about that. I don't agree. I said, okay, that's fine. You don't have to agree. He said, you don't have to, but I'm not agreeing to this. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I understand that. I also said, I will clarify, however, that I'm going to do everything in my power to make it so that you never feel the need to hit him. He said, okay. Now, I will say, maybe the spoiler alert, we've never hit our children. Mm-hmm. Okay, so FYI. And that's because there's no need to do it. You don't need to hit them. So Isaac was still around this time, an infant. I was starting to get my sea legs, with parenting and everything. But I was sitting so much. Again, he ate every 2 hours for an hour. And there's no streaming. The internet was not quite what it is today. I was kind of getting bored. My friend Kathy Teeley, her son is the host of Prairie Home Companion. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Love Prairie Home Companion.
Yeah. So Kathy Teeley saw me say on one of these mommy blogs, I'm bored. She said, why don't you read every verse in the Bible that mentions nursing? Now, that's a very fundamentalist project. We love to do that kind of thing. I was like, that's great. I'm going to do that. I'm going to find every verse in the Bible on breastfeeding while I'm breastfeeding my child. And I saw a whole new side of God I had never seen before. Because God often describes God's self as a mother, as a gentle mother. And it was graduation morning at Bob Jones. I'm sitting in my doctoral robes, watching students graduate. And at Bob Jones, you don't those services last so long. And you get bored, but you don't get in trouble if you read your Bible. So you entertain yourself by reading your Bible. No one's going to get mad at you if you're reading your Bible. So I was doing my reading, and I think it was Isaiah 49, I think it is, where Isaiah says, that God says, can a nursing mother forget her child So I can't forget you. This was the longest time I had been away from Isaac, all graduation. And I was starting to get a little bit antsy. You know, like I missed him. And I was like, I get this. Organically, I get what this verse is saying. I cannot forget Isaac. Wait a minute. God feels about me like I feel about Isaac? Mm-hmm. That's different than I thought. And then I'm watching my students, and BJ, you had cultivated a very antagonistic relationship with students, with everybody. And I thought, wait a minute, God loves my students like I love Isaac? And that's when everything changed. Because then I felt a responsibility to be kind and loving towards them. And that's what got me in trouble with the administration as well. That and my insistence on protecting Isaac too.
Let's go there.
Okay. So Isaac was, he was such a snuggle bug and so, chubby and rolly and wonderful. About 2005, I started to realize we needed a second child. And so this is again mommy blog age, I put on my blog something like, this was in the summer of 2005, Pencils Are All Sharpened was the title of it. And that was my way of saying, I am now ready for number 2. I bought, I referenced 2 books that I bought to get ready for number 2, which was Siblings Without Rivalry and Adventures in Tandem Nursing. And that book has Adventures in Tandem Nursing has a picture of, it's a cartoon, of a mommy wearing a superhero cape, flying through the air with her toddler and her infant. That's all it was. This was in the summer. We conceived Gavin that summer. The next January, I get a call from the dean, my dean, who said, you have a post up on your blog that you need to take down because it caused a student to stumble into pornography. That was the phrase they used, stumble into pornography. So that book with the cartoon mommy caused a male student to stumble, to I don't know, Google search for porn. I don't know what it was. He got his leadership things taken away, demoted, yeah. And he was in trouble, and that was considered my fault because of the nursing book that I posted a link to. Which is another kind of weird scrutiny, again, of me.
How are you responsible?
How am I responsible for that?
Yeah.
But, nursing involves breasts.
Yes, right. And
just
that,
yeah.
Yes. And that.
And the woman's body is a problem.
It is. And it called any kind of attention to it, even a cartoon picture.
Wow.
So that was odd. That was an odd moment. That was in January of 2006. Gavin was born in April. I did not have 4 days of labor with him. So he was lifting up his head on our way out of the delivery room. He was a little powerful little guy, my little pumpkin. And then the next year, the 2006, 2007 year, that's when everything really fell apart.
And you're working at the university,
I'm working
correct?
at the university as a teacher. Okay. I was the head of the rhetoric and public address department, so middle management.
Did you get any maternity leave?
I did get maternity leave.
Nice.
8 weeks, but it was, they did it with Isaac. I got half a semester. So I guess that was 8 weeks because he was born in December. With Gavin, it kind of spilled over into the summer because he was an April baby.
I see.
Sorry.
And then did the university provide daycare?
Yes.
Okay.
That's part of, that was part of the employment it like they would give you the money and then take away the money. So you got taxed on it. That was their strategy. But we did get campus daycare for both children. And that, frankly, I've heard later that they considered me kind of an odd duck there. But again, quelle surprise. Because I was nursing so long. If you follow the Gary Ezzo plan, usually moms fall off with nursing about 4 months. Yeah. Because it's not going to work if you're only doing it every 3 hours.
That's right.
And a lot of those children have failure to thrive. It's really a bad thing. So I know. But I had arranged it so that I could put both Isaac and Gavin down for their naps. I just planned it that way. So it was my building was right across the street from the campus daycare, so I could run over there anytime. I felt very involved and blessed, and I thought they were fine. The workers there were fine with it, but I did hear later that they thought I was a weird person. I also did some baby wearing. I don't know, slinging, and it was so easy, right?
Yes,
and that marked me.
I would bet you were marked because you stood out. You weren't doing the way, you know.
And I didn't care. In a way, I didn't care.
Yeah.
Because Isaac was so happy when and Gavin was so happy when they were in slings. Because you're right, they're right up here. You get to kiss their little noggins, and they're seeing everything.
They've got your heartbeat right there.
Right there, I know. And they were so sweet. They were such great little babies. So we started this in August 2006. The way they do it is the first day of the in-service, the getting ready for the semester. They give you a big packet of stuff, calendar of events, phone book, coupons, your assignments, your class assignments. And everybody gets one. So, my husband was sitting here, he had one, I had one, and I'm looking through it. Another friend is sitting next to me, and I look through my packet, and in my packet is a letter from the campus daycare that said, because we want to raise children biblically, we will use corporal punishment for Isaac. Please sign this memo to give us the permission to do so. I took that out of the packet and I laid it on my knee, and it was just sitting there I just stared at it during the whole meeting. And I had not planned on telling anybody that we weren't going to spank. I had just thought, I'm going to wait till they're 18 years old and awesome, and then maybe I'll tell somebody. I was just not going to tell. It was nobody's business. I didn't want to hear the lectures. I didn't care what other people thought. They're my babies. I had worked so hard for them. They're my babies. God gave them to me. So I saw this letter and I was like, what am I going to do? Isaac was 2.5. I was not going to let some lady hit him. Some stranger hit him. Why would I let them do that? So I got some advice from a mom friend who was also a social worker in Wisconsin. And she said, don't you just not sign that, because you don't want a mistake to happen. You need to write a memo that says the opposite, that they are not allowed to hit your baby, because they need to know this isn't, it's not business as usual with this child. And I'm like, okay, that's good advice. So I did that. I wrote something. I used the exact verbiage that she had in the memo, and I said, you are not allowed to hit Isaac. I think I even said, because we want to raise Isaac biblically, and God has given the responsibility to his father and me, you are not allowed to hit Isaac. I probably said spank. You're not allowed to spank Isaac. If an event arises in which you feel it is necessary to spank, you may call Grant or me, and we will come over immediately and deal with it. Again, because we're both in the same building right next door. So then I was marked.
Okay, can I just restate this for a second?
Sir.
So the year is
2006, August.
2006 in the United States.
In South Carolina.
Your son
Yeah.
is how old?
2.5.
Your son is 2.5 in South Carolina, and Bob Jones University wants you to sign a waiver granting them permission to hit your son at their own discretion.
Right. And they only gave that kind of memo to children of faculty kids and staff kids, employees. They had not employees in their care. The people who are not employees, outsiders, town people, I think they called them, they don't get that memo. So there is a distinct difference in the way BJU sees faculty staff children and not faculty staff children.
Any idea why the discrepancy?
I think they really believe they need to control the bodies of employees and children, employees' children.
Wow.
So I did that, and it went to the dean, my dean, which is bizarre. Why would it? It's just bizarre that an interaction between a campus daycare and a parent would go to an academic dean. So it was October 16th. I remember the day that I was called up to the dean's office. I remember it vividly. It had been raining. My dad had had a mini stroke that week. I remember that too. So there were all kinds of things going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a meeting with my dean and my chair. My chair was sitting next to me. And they didn't just bring up, they did bring up the memo. They said, so we understand something. The dean said, it was Darren Lawson. Everybody knows who it was. I mean, not everybody at BJU knows. Now, Darren Lawson was 3 years older than I was. It's not like I was his classmate in grad school. We were
Interesting.
He's not like he's hoary-headed and elderly. I felt like he was my peer. I could have been wrong, but that's what I felt like. So he said, he says, I don't remember how he brought it up, but I said, yes, I don't want the CDC to spank Isaac. And he said, well, you're a young mom. Okay, I was 38. Generally, that's not considered young. He's 41. I'm 38. So now we call that mansplaining. He's mansplaining me. I thought, here I go again, I thought I had been through enough in this, with all the pregnancy losses, that I would be allowed the privilege of making decisions for my children. That was not true. I had made they made it clear that I had made a bad decision. I wasn't going to change my mind, though. This is a similar kind of thing that had happened with the young boy in high school where I was supposed to change for him. No, I'm not changing for you, Dean. You're wrong, but I understand that you don't like what I said. That's fine. Then it continued. One of the things that, at least in this version of a high control group, they don't allow you to have one thing that you've done wrong. They bring up everything that they could possibly think of that you've done wrong. So I had given a book to a student who was struggling. The book was called Tired of Trying to Measure Up. They didn't like that. I heard you are requiring students to read. I said, no, he was having a hard time. I gave him a book. It was a gift. There's nothing suspicious or sinister about it. I had begun talking with a publisher to publish my dissertation. A dissertation which I described to you earlier, which was very soft and kind to BJU. And so Darren, the dean, brought up, he said, I understand you're publishing your dissertation. He thought he had caught me in a secret. I said, yes, I am. I would love readers. I said, would you all like to read it? I mean, because, and he goes, no. He said, I would caution you against, I remember this vividly, I would caution you against that, Camille. We really like you and Grant, and we wouldn't want you to do anything to jeopardize your time here. I was like, well, there's the threat. There it is. It's coming. Okay. Those are the highlights that I remember from the meeting. And I cried a lot after it was over because it was like, okay, we're marked. I mean, you could tell. I knew it. This was it. And so everything from then on that I did was even more scrutinized. Mm-hmm. The dean told my friends to not be with me, to not be my friend because they didn't want to get in trouble. I would pass the dean in the hall and he wouldn't say hello to me, which is weird. It's a microaggression. It's not a big deal, but it's like, what are you hiding? I mean, why are you shunning me? It was so dumb. I continued publishing my dissertation. I continued with that process. There was nothing wrong with my dissertation. It's a good dissertation. Academics, this is your goal, to find someone. The man who put out the call is Marty Medhurst. Y'all don't know him. Marty Medhurst is a gentleman and a scholar. He's has since passed away. And when I contacted him about it, he said, I was hoping you would write me, Camille. That was huge, that he wanted my dissertation. So I continued forward with that. It was March that Darren Lawson was even more upset that I was publishing my dissertation. I had begun to add a chapter. Again, my dissertation was about how BJU intersects with the public sphere. I added a chapter about BJU's reaction to 9/11. So it fit.
Which was that
they hyper evangelized. They published a special little book all from them about how they were going to, win souls in New York City, and so they would go up there and pass out books. This little volume.
9/11 was an opportunity to convert people.
Yes. Tragedy is our chance to show them that we love them. That's how they would frame it. And this was not okay. I sometimes say when I had a working brain, womb, and mouth, in that order, I was forced out of Bob Jones University. I was forced out of fundamentalism. Mm-hmm. So the brain was the finishing the PhD. The womb was Isaac and Gavin, and then the mouth was publishing my dissertation. And it started this whole cascade of meetings. There were so many meetings where they're scrutinizing you, me, and my husband. In May, we met with the president, who was Stephen Jones, and the executive vice president, who was Gary Weir. And I think they were trying to trap us. I think. Because Gary, who was another PhD in rhetoric, his is from Purdue, said, we want you to write a document describing your sin theology. That doesn't make any sense. Sin theology. So I think he was trying to set it up in such a way that we were going to fail. Grant and I talked, and I said something like, I think what he really wants to know is our doctrine of salvation. Now, neither of us were theology professors. Our training was really just in what we got from Bob Jones, except I had this epiphany about the fact that God loves my students like I love Isaac. That was the only difference. So I wrote I started the document. I wrote it. It was a doctrine of soteriology, of salvation. I used good sources. I consulted good people. Grant edited it. We submitted it. And then we get a email a few weeks later that says we need to talk. Okay. We go in. It was Friday the 13th of July in 2007. And they hand us one copy of a document, single-spaced. I think it was 6 pages or so. Grant takes it. And we start talking theology.
So they've looped, sorry.
Go ahead.
They've looped Grant in.
Yes.
Based on your
That's
your
great.
decisions? Is
That's
that
a
how
great
that
question.
works?
That's a good question. I think it might have been more I was in trouble and he needed to correct me.
Right, because it would fall under his responsibility.
His responsibility, there's that head of household thing.
And maybe wanting to bring him in line to his role there.
I think that's it. I
Okay.
think that's it because they still do that. Like if they don't like me now, something I do, they call Grant.
Okay. And then was Grant supportive about the whole, because we didn't get an update on Grant with regard to how he eventually felt about spanking, but I'm going to just assume he supported you in writing the letter
never
saying, nope, don't spank our child. Okay.
He never saw a need to do it.
Yeah.
And he realized that like some people call it positive parenting, some people call child-centered parenting, works. If you, that's just what it's about.
And was he wanting Bob Jones' staff to be able to spank his children? Did he have a position on that, or
Did my husband?
yeah?
He didn't care. He didn't care.
Yeah.
He didn't care what other people. Grant's again. He's got that head on a stick quality too. He was like, whatever. I don't care what other people do. This is my responsibility.
Right.
So he didn't.
He didn't care if Bob Jones' staff spanked his children.
Oh, he didn't want that.
That's what I meant.
I'm sorry.
Did I not
He
ask
did
the
not
question
want that.
He supported her.
He supported
with the
me.
letter.
I was just
He
being
wasn't
specific.
sure if he wasn't yet committed about his responses.
No, I meant the Bob Jones.
He did not like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember a moment before this controversy with the administration. I think I was holding Gavin, and I was outside the campus daycare. And I think Isaac was in a class. He was behind me. The window was behind me, and they were having a little lesson time. So I didn't want to disturb him. So he was. Gavin and I were standing out there, and I see the 4-year-old teacher marching down, looking angry, marching down the sidewalk with a little 4-year-old boy named Joshua. I don't know who, I just know that I heard him say Joshua. She's marching, mad, taking Joshua into the daycare director's office. There's several minutes let pass, and I see them marching back, and Joshua's sobbing. Obviously, he got hit. And I hear her say, "Happy heart, Joshua, happy heart." So you're supposed to get hit and not get upset. You're supposed to not be crying, which is irrational. That's irrational. You just caused pain on this little guy, a little 4-year-old boy. And I knew boys would get more of it than girls because of the way they get targeted. And I thought, I am never going to let that happen to my boys. I never want that woman. And I was thinking of her. Never want there to say happy heart because it's a threat.
They're going to hurt you.
Yeah.
And then
you got to be glad about it.
That's right.
That's psychopathic.
You can't acknowledge that you've been hurt in any way. Yeah.
It's wrong.
Yeah. My last question was just, you had said that they reached out to your friends and had said that your friends shouldn't be around you. Mm-hmm. So did your friends stop being around you?
Yeah, they obeyed. Okay. And that was rough because we were having lunch together every day, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's brutal.
It was, and the one of the friends, in one of those meetings we had at the end, that she was encouraged to confront me. And she said, and Grant was there. So Grant was there, and this friend and two other women and the dean and the chair. We're all in this conference room, and she said, you negatively affected my prayer life, Bible reading, and spiritual condition. I said, you can't say that. That's not logical. You can't say that. I don't have any effect on your prayer life. I'm a separate person. And she said, she threw up her hands. She looked at the chair and she said, see, I can't talk to her. I was like, that isn't, you're blaming me for something that is not my responsibility, and I'm supposed to just take it for, I don't know what, some blame game. I don't know what it was. It was weird. So I jumped around a little bit.
So how did this all come to a head? In July, they handed us this document to respond when we created that doctrine of soteriology. They responded to it with another document. They had taken our statement and given it to the dean of the seminary and asked him to criticize it. They gave us his criticism, and then they put at the very end. Now, Grant's talking with Gary and Stephen. I asked Grant for the paper. I look at the paper, and I knew, because I know how they work, that the punch, the bomb of their love bomb or whatever, was going to be at the end. So I turned to the last paragraph. It says, your statement is orthodox. We only disagree in emphasis. But if you cannot hold your position and keep from publicly presenting it to students, employees, and others at a distance from the university, we must come to a parting of ways. So that was the ultimatum. If you can't be quiet, we're firing you. About which thing?
About the sin theology.
The soteriology?
About the soteriology that God loves.
Did you care about?
Well, I was
evangelizing.
It feels so arbitrary.
It does.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones who asked. It's not like you were. Well, you tell me. Did they feel like you were teaching your views of sin in class?
I wasn't, but they must have. I mean, I gave that book to the boy that was struggling, and that book did match up. That, if you're tired of trying to measure up, maybe you need to stop trying to measure up.
It's basically an anti-perfectionism book.
Yes.
In a Christian context.
Yes, that's essentially
and they wanted perfectionism.
They wanted perfection, and they didn't want this. So they believed that I was evangelizing, and Grant was too. We had just realized, God loves you, and we were repeating that God loves you. That was it, as far as I understood it. That was it, and so. When I got to that sentence, I interrupted Grant. I said, wait a minute, I want to know what this means. What is this others at a distance from the university? That's new. What does that mean? And Gary Weir went, he wouldn't define it. And that's another thing high demand groups do, is that they don't give you the benefit of clear lines.
No. They're going to, if they want to get you, they're going to get you.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you say that, and it's true.
Yeah.
And they're not gonna let you leave with your dignity intact, I think is what you said.
Yes.
And I repeated it. I said, look, I don't want to mess this up. What does this mean? And he did it again. He shrugged.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
So what kept you from just saying, okay, I'll obey?
Well, we were numb. Completely numb. And we left, and we just kind of, I was numb. Maybe I shouldn't speak for Grant. Grant may have been more awake than I was. But within 10 days, Grant had seen a job offer at a local Southern Baptist University, North Greenville University. He had submitted an application. He had his audition, because he's a voice teacher, so he had to audition. He had interviews and an offer. And Grant and I went to the Burger King, because they had a little indoor playground. And we sat there and talked about, the kids played while we ate bad fries and talked about, should we leave? Can we do it? Is it possible? Because we were going to be breaking contract, and you don't want to break contract. That was like the setup, the thing that they had set up for the rule. That's how you be a good person, is that you don't break contract. Well, we said we can do it. And this was a Wednesday. I said to Grant, look, you take care of the boys. I'm going to go move out. And at 10 o'clock at night, from 10 to sunrise, I moved out of my office. Grant gave me a hand cart. He was with the kids, and I moved out in the middle of the night, which is bizarre. Huh? That's bizarre. I took my name tag. I what's it called? Cleared out my computer, my office computer, wiped it, because Grant told me to do that, because they're gonna find something. And I moved out and came home. On the way home, the sun was rising. I stopped, got an Egg McMuffin for Grant and me, and arrived at home.
So this question doesn't matter, but I'm curious how you'd respond. So like, I was thinking, what am I going to call this episode, or what's the thumbnail going to say? And it's like, Bob Jones University fired me for not letting them spank my kid. Mm-hmm. Well, the truth is, they would say you weren't fired. Right.
I call it a forced resignation.
But you also,
they would say I broke contract.
Because you did, like when the church gave me that letter, mm-hmm. and basically I had a meeting with my stake president, mm-hmm. who said, take down Mormon Stories podcast, and we'll even think about whether you can keep your membership. But I wasn't, willing to do that. Right. But also I was trying, Marg, you'll know, and the audio for all of this is up online. But I was like, well, what's wrong with my beliefs? What am I allowed to believe? What am I not allowed to believe? And they didn't want to, get specific.
Yeah. Okay. Similar.
But ultimately, I had to think, do I want to force them to pull the trigger, or do I just want to resign, whatever? And I decided I wanted to make them go all the way. So I did. You know what I mean? Okay. And it took them a while. It took them, I got the letter, I don't know, mid-year in 2014, and they didn't excommunicate me till 2015, February 2015. Okay. So you didn't decide to force them to pull the trigger.
We took the power. It's the way we felt about it. Yeah. We took the control. This is how we're leaving. I wrote my students first that we were resigning. I then wrote my colleagues, and then we told the administration. And that was strategic on purpose, because we didn't want to give the administration the stick. Yeah.
I mean, is it possible that they would have just forgotten about it? And
no, I don't think so. I think I was under scrutiny.
Yeah.
You
were flagged.
I was big time flagged. There was no way, especially as the kids get older, and something they would have. Yeah. Because I was going to publish. I was going to publish no matter what. I was going to publish that book.
Okay. And so that was my next question. Let's say there's a pie chart of you're speculating on the reasons they excommunicated you. There's not letting them beat your kids. There's your publishing your dissertation. There's your theological soteriology. I would say
each of those are a third.
It's a third.
I would see each
those
of
three things.
Yeah. I think that, put it this way, all three of those things got brought up in the last year of our employment.
So it's not obeying our spanking policies, criticizing the church, and not believing and teaching the right sin theology.
Right.
Is that right?
Perfectionism. Right. Yeah, that's fair.
And you feel very confident that if you hadn't have taken your power and left, you would have been, and you and your husband.
Yeah, both of us.
And was he being punished for his sins, or? And I say sins
mine.
Metaphorically. So that's weird.
Unless
that your apostasy, I'll call it apostasy because that's how we would frame it.
Right.
Your apostasy and disobedience impacted his standing at the university.
Is it that severe that he wasn't doing his role?
That's what it is.
To warrant that he gets
he was supposed to tell me.
You?
He was supposed to tell me to knock it off and shut up. Now, That's not Grant. Grant would never do that. We are a team. You hurt one, you hurt both. I mean, he is my watchdog. So,
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. So, I mean, the other option would have been to like force them to fire you, and then like sue them or go to the news media and like start a huge like media hubbub. Bob Jones University fires professor for not letting them beat her
that could have
children.
happened.
Like that didn't
That didn't
occur to
even
your
come
mind.
across to me. No.
See, we think differently.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It didn't even, because the two options when we were sitting in that Burger King discussing the options, the two options would have been resign or lay low for a year and get a new job. So those were the two that we were thinking of. Just lay low.
But do you feel, and I don't care about what's on the thumbnail, but like, do you feel okay with the story being framed that they fired you for not letting, them beat your kid?
I mean, I guess that forced me to resign would be accurate. If I'm going to be,
But
yeah.
is that a technicality in your mind?
I think it's
You were going to be fired.
yeah. I was going to be fired.
And mainly that would have been enough. Would that be, even if you hadn't had the soteriology problem? I guess they framed you to do the
I think it was
sotera.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a trick.
It almost felt like a diversion.
Maybe so.
Like something.
Okay, so was it 50-50 criticized and you wouldn't obey with the child beating thing? Was it more 50-50?
Do you know what I wonder? I wonder if there's an overlay, too, of how you responded to their request.
Oh, yeah, you're a woman.
It was also just like, look at how many times we've asked her to fall in line, and she hasn't fallen in line for one thing.
And I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Absolutely would not. I'm sorry. That baby is my baby.
Because when we asked you the hierarchy of sinning,
yeah.
you put disobedience to authority like right under
Gay.
being gay, right?
Yep.
So you were disobedient to authority, and that's what it comes down to with Mormonism.
You're right. And
Margie for the win.
Everything was it. You're right. That was it.
Yeah.
Because they said, don't publish. Well, I'm not publish. You just don't. I was thinking, you just don't know anything. You boys don't know. Listen to me again. Listen to me calling them boys. There's something in there that I'm a smart woman, and those boys are dumb.
Yeah, I often say that obedience to authority is the most sacred doctrine of Mormonism.
Okay, that would fit. That would absolutely fit.
Yeah. So that's what happened.
I think you're right.
So y'all resigned.
We resigned, and we thought at this point we are free. Now we can if we want to be in Sunday school at church, we're not going to be overworked, because BJU would overwork you. I mean, you had so many meetings and requirements and all this. We were not going to be as overworked. I would be free to do this, and
you would stay in the same town and go to the same church.
The same church. We went to our pastor. We know that at BJU, the first person that says something, or in fundamentalism, the first person that says something kind of has primacy, gets to control the narrative. So we went right to our pastor and said, here's what happened. We showed him the document. He lives just down the road from here now. In Riverton. I looked him up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So anyway, he said, he looked at the document. He said, they changed the contract on you. When they said that you can't share with people outside of the university, he said, that's changing the contract. They broke contract. And we were like, hey, you're right.
I like that.
Yeah. I was like, thanks. And so we felt stronger. And he said, we do not want to inhibit your
worship,
freedom and worship. Yeah. And we were like, great. And so I volunteered to be in a Sunday school, help with a Sunday school class for the little kids. And I was all excited. And he had lunch with Grant one day at the beginning of the next school year. So this is 2007. He had lunch with Grant at North Greenville University, where Grant was employed. And it was a great visit. And everything felt good. Within 24 hours, he had emailed us I don't remember how many pages, several pages email, single space, Bible verses quoting about all the things we were doing wrong. And then he said, at the end, he said something like, Grant, you're not going to be allowed to sing solos anymore, because when people look at you, they're only going to see you're leaving Bob Jones. And we think somebody got to him. We think somebody,
Of course.
yes, told him, bring them back, discipline them. And Grant I was too, but I think Grant was more hurt because he had the lunch with Danny, our pastor, the day before. And Grant wrote him back and said, look, I don't know if you're right and I don't know if you're wrong, but I can't believe that you think it's okay for you to email this to us like this after we had just had a conversation at lunch. And that was August or so. And we met with Danny again in November. I said his name again. Face to face. And he said, at this point, I had a pretty prolific blog, and I had said something like, now we're free. I was analyzing fundamentalism from inside fundamentalism, and now I'm outside fundamentalism, and I can look at fundamentalism from the outside as an academic, and I can analyze it. And I was kind of excited about that prospect. And Danny said to me, you've got to lay this down. That was his phrase, you got to lay this down. Faithful are the wounds of a friend. It's a proverb that he quoted. Faithful are the wounds of a friend. And there is no example in the Old Testament or the New Testament of what you're doing.
Meaning what? You're doing what you're doing.
Calling out fundamentalism for its abuse.
So criticizing a church for its abuse is not biblical.
Is not biblical. And I said, wait a minute. The prophets, that's what they're doing. The fact that we know that Paul confronted Peter from Acts means that they were doing it. There's all kinds of people calling out. Jesus called out the Pharisees. There's all kinds of calling people out. There's all kinds of speaking. I just would say this now, speaking truth to power. Yeah. What are you talking about? And he just said, there's no example of what you're doing in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Now is your chance to be a stay-at-home mom and just focus on your kids and do something else. And I was like, nope. You're wrong. I mean, I was a stay-at-home mom for a few years, and that's great. I love my time with my boys. They are awesome humans. But that was not his call or, no. And so we left. We left that in November 2007.
Left
that church because it felt like it was roiling towards church discipline.
Do they excommunicate?
They don't excommunicate. Okay. Well, wait a minute. They don't use that word excommunicate.
Interesting.
What is church discipline then?
Isn't that interesting that is church discipline means that you will be kicked out of the church, which is excommunication.
Yeah, it is.
But it starts with they were pretty formal about it. It starts with a one-on-one confrontation, and there be many one-on-one confrontations, and then eventually it comes to a larger group confronting you. And then if you refuse to submit, you're kicked out. But yeah, you're right. It is excommunication. They just don't use that word. I don't know why. Mm-hmm. Why don't we use that word?
It doesn't have good optics.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Sort of it gives medieval, vibes,
okay.
right?
Yeah, all right. Maybe that's it. Maybe it is just branding.
Yeah. Oh, I think so. Yeah.
So if you were gonna look for a church in that area, is there a feeling that many of the churches in that area are actually BJU?
Absolutely.
Okay, so your options...
Wait, you didn't finish your question, or what? BGU
are connected to Bob Jones, like where the pastors are actually, kind of in on, have gone through that education, you said, where
There's multiple fundamentalist Baptist churches in that town.
Oh boy, there's lots of
Because I was trying to think if you would have options, like,
And I
okay,
would
so
not-
that community, you're feeling like, oh, okay, he's been reached. This pastor has been reached. And I was curious if you were like, oh, we'll just go to another one. If you'd be like, oh,
No, you'd be marked.
okay.
They would contact. So I knew, and Grant knew too, we both knew, we were not going to go to a church that was just a phone call away. And the church that we chose is a church that was on BJU's blacklist. Now, it's not technically not on BJU's blacklist anymore, but it was when we joined it. Because they supported the Billy Graham Crusade in 1966. Isn't that bizarre that I even just said that? I even know that?
Church?
Pardon me?
What was the church?
It's Mitchell Road Presbyterian Church.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
And I talked to an old timer once. I think, as I heard through the grapevine that had happened. And so I talked to one of the old timers, which is one of the reasons I like this church, is because it's been around a while. There are a lot of non-BJU people there. And you feel connected to people that are not.
But it was
weird.
It was blacklisted at that time for a decision that was made back in 1966.
Yeah. The mayor of, I know an irrational amount of details about this. The mayor of Greenville at the time was a member of Mitchell Road and who was working very hard at starting an ecumenical prayer breakfast. And BJU did not like that. And then the Billy Graham Crusade. And so it all bundled up.
So what's it like for you and your husband both to lose your jobs, your careers in a way at first, and your church and your faith?
It was weird. It was weird. And to be in the same place, which I know you all understand.
To stay in that.
To stay in that place. And it was weird.
I should have said all your friends and your community
your
too.
community.
Right.
That's a lot to lose in
all at once.
All at once.
1 month, right?
I was at the mall. What a weird story. I was at the mall in September of that year after we had left, and I saw a lady who was I knew. She was, I think, my former student. She was my age, but she was my student, and she was still an employee. And I said, "Hi, how are you? Are you ready for the new semester? Normal stuff." And she said, "I'm fine, thank you." And she couldn't leave because she was checking out. But I was clearly persona non grata. I was blacklisted. I could tell.
Yeah, so there was always the question, Jehovah's Witnesses and Scientologists, they do hard shunning.
Oh.
And so then there's the question, do Mormons shun?
Yeah.
And I call it soft shunning.
Okay, so
where
what
it's not like cut you out of your life completely, but just a complete withdrawal of emotional intimacy or affection and a cold, distant, anything from like a cold, distant, like grouchy look to just like we no longer can really associate. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
I love you so much, and we're never going to do anything together again, or talk, or have any real connection. Soft shunning.
That's soft. That is absolutely what happened at the beginning. So what's hard shunning?
Oh, it'd be you're out of my life. You don't exist. I'll never say your name. Never talk. Never be seen with you. Never talk to you in any way. You're dead to me, basically.
Okay. There was an instance when we were still employed. Some dear friends of ours left, broke contract. And I decided right then, and they were our friends, that I was not going to shun them in any way. I wanted to still be their friend. We love them. Why would we shun? That's stupid. This was in 2005. And they were in my department, and in the, they know who they are. The next departmental meeting that we had, my chair mentioned their names and said, their reputation is black. And he raised himself up out of the chair and he did this gesture.
For doing what?
For breaking contract. And that was all they did. I mean, it wasn't even as dramatic as what I did. That's all they did.
There was no child abuse or adultery or embezzlement.
No, the husband was wanting to have some changes, physical changes done to the a classroom space, and it wasn't happening fast enough. And he was like, "I'm not doing this anymore." It was that kind of a thing. He just got typical frustration, I think, my understanding of it. And because they broke contract by leaving in May, their reputation was black. I've told them this story, so they know it. If they hear this.
In your community, as you, let's say, were grocery shopping or out and about, how like, did you feel like, how many people knew about it? Did you feel like kind of the majority of people you met were aware of this situation? Did you feel like, oh, nope, there's room enough for me to plant a new life here?
There, not initially, but within a year, yes.
Within a year.
Yeah. I mean, I had, I remember one of my friends who was right there in the thick of it with us. Her name's Molly. Molly was one of those people, her kids are the same age as my kids. So she was one of those people that I could connect with. We'd go to the playground together. And so I could find people.
Yeah.
But it was hard. But if I did run into a BJU person, and you see them a mile away, you know who they are. Although they don't recognize me anymore, so when. I sat next to one at the post office the other day. She had no idea who I was. But at first it was
pretty hard.
Yeah, pretty hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you lost all your BJU friends and community and family after having served BJU for how long?
17 years.
Yeah.
Long time. And that's as an employee.
Yeah. And so I guess, and we can move on, but like for me, it was devastating. For me, it was psychologically, emotionally devastating to lose my friends, family, community, faith, church,
Everything.
Yeah.
And you're just, I would make memes to therapeutically work out my angst. It was hard. My current church was very gentle about, because we slowly brought back in to church life. And you can't sit next to my husband in church without knowing that he's a singer. And he's a great singer. So these gentle people would say, "What, we all want to join the choir." And we were scared. We were scared of putting down roots because we didn't want to get pushed out. But the three organizations in Greenville who have been honorable in our treatment has been the church, our current church, Mitchell Road, my kids' school. They have protected us, and my employer, my current employer, Furman University. They have all acted honorably and protected us in ways that other institutions have not.
Well, I'm glad y'all were able to make it through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am too. It was rough, but it's better out here. Freedom is better and kindness is better.
So did your beliefs, Christian beliefs, change?
They changed in the sense of I don't they match more. I would say they match more of the love and of the God's love and care that I learned from my parents. That the current place where I am matches that better. I still believe in Jesus. I still believe that I still can affirm the Nicene Creed, but my righteousness is not absolutely dependent on me and my actions. It's okay if I fail. That make sense?
Yeah. And so I'm just again, this is where from Mormon Stories context, it's just what?
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone I interview the end of their Mormon stories is, I don't know if I believe in God anymore. I don't know if I believe in Jesus
I know
anymore.
that. Yeah.
Do you notice that?
Yeah, I do.
And a lot of
my fundamentalist friends don't believe anymore either.
Okay.
Which I get. I guess I feel like okay, God, they were placed in this situation, this bad, abusive world. You're going to have to work that out. But I do believe God's going to work it out.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that's interesting that you can affect an excommunication for apostasy.
Yeah.
After giving your life to a church, and really your faith is almost unscathed. That's mind blowing to me and cool. Like,
good. It's almost deeper because
deeper. Your faith deepened.
Because
wow.
I know that fundamentalism was wrong. Its lack of grace was wrong. Its lack of love was wrong, and that God is a loving God. So that's where I land.
Fascinating. Oh. Okay. Beautiful. All right. So you joked maybe in our email correspondence that you're aspiring to be the Sandra Tanner of Fundamentalist Baptists.
I love her.
Can you tell us how your career advanced and what that has meant in terms of how you have spent the last, 10 years? How many years now have you been?
What is that?
I guess maybe more. 20 years?
18.
18 years. Yeah.
18 years, yeah.
So how have you become, there are all sorts of words for it, from apostate to like anti-Mormon would be what we would say.
Yeah.
Would it be anti-Baptist?
They'd call me anti-fundamentalist.
Anti-fundamentalist.
Yeah, which is fair.
But in your context, meaning anti-Baptist fundamentalist.
Yeah, right. Which I have Southern Baptists. Actually, that gets complicated, but I get them. They're very similar to Protestants. There's a lot of cross-pollination, just like there are with you Mormon folks and us. So what happened was, and I think this is typical for academics, when you go through a trauma, a ripping out, you research. It's coping. It's a coping mechanism. So I thought, I wonder if there are other people that have been through what I've been through, at Bob Jones. And did I discover people that had been through this.
Whoa, like which parts of this?
The pushing out and the standing up for an issue, whatever issue it was, and then getting pushed out of that camp. There was and what has happened is that I've become a collector of these stories, so that I've had people call me to say, hey, listen, let me tell you this story about me, or let me tell you this story about my history professor at Bob Jones. So for instance, there's one man named Morton Brown who was a history professor at Bob Jones in the 50s. And he did not want his wife to go to a BJU doctor for her births, for childbirth. And he had many reasons why. And he objected, and they fired him in the middle of semester. He went to East Tennessee State, and he documented everything, and it's all there, which I went to their archives, and I have his papers. There was a man named Jack Peters who taught in the missions program, and he had a earned PhD. His daughter called me and told me his story. Jack Peters, he had spent many years as a missionary in Africa, and he protested that BJU would not let a black employee, this is in the 60s, they would not let a black employee take her free class. Every employee gets a free class every semester. They wouldn't let her take it because she wasn't married and she was black. He objected. And I think they let her take the class, but then they fired him.
Mm-hmm.
There were so many. I found in what's his name? H.L. Mencken. Do you know H.L. Mencken? Have you ever heard that name?
Yes.
He was the reporter that covered the Scopes trial
Yeah.
that made it so famous from the Baltimore.
Evolution, right?
Yeah. He had in his magazine an article by a letter from a current employee at BJC, Bob Jones College, who was describing all of the terrible things that were going on, and he published it. It's from the 40s. It sounds just like today. It sounds exactly like all these requirements that I've described, all these difficult things. It was no different. And I was like, it has not changed. And I found story after story after story. And because
that's what fundamentalism means, do it the way it was originally done. Don't change it. Yeah.
Don't change it. And don't change it the way we say it used to be. I mean,
Yes.
Obey.
Yeah,
We say
obey and also, obey.
Obey.
And don't challenge authority.
Ever.
Don't question.
Yeah. Don't speak truth to power.
Yeah.
So it opened up all these people that I didn't know before, and I didn't know they'd all gone through this. And while I was researching this, I found out, well, at the same time, this was about 2008, and I know you have sometimes give a caveat about politics. This might be a necessary caveat about politics here, but this is part of my story, as you said recently.
Mormon Stories wants everyone to feel comfortable across the political persuasion, and people also get to tell their story.
That's right.
So, be mature. Okay.
That's right. So in 2008, I was now not a fundamentalist, and I was like, and part of being a fundamentalist meant you were a Republican. Okay. I was like, I am going to listen to both sides of the equation now that I am not a fundamentalist. And I really liked what Barack Obama was saying. But as I listened, I heard people on the Republican side saying, and I quote, her name was Lisa Schifrin from National Review, which is a pretty staunch conservative publication. She said, we know that Barack Obama was raised by communists because his parents had a mixed racial relationship or mixed race marriage. And I was like, wait a minute. Why is this woman from New York City in the National Review repeating something that I heard for years from the pulpit at Bob Jones University? How did a secular Republican sound so much like a South Carolina fundamentalist? And I got to figure this out. I got to figure out, how did we conflate integration with communism and segregation with conservatism?
I'm just jumping in. When
Go
the
ahead.
world turns against racism, then you can't be racist. So
Right.
then you
Right.
use a different justification.
Yes.
I think.
Absolutely. Right.
Yeah.
Right. That is how it gets conflated. And so I asked, I had a older professor friend, he was never my teacher, but I knew him, and he was long-standing liberal. And I asked him about it, and he said, I don't know about that. I don't know where that came from. He wasn't sure. So I just started digging and digging and digging. And part of my digging was that I wanted to find now I'm a speech critic. I wanted to find the infamous sermon that Bob Jones preached, Is Segregation Scriptural? Now, this is Bob Jones Sr. It was so important to the BJU world that they transcribed it and sold it in a little pamphlet in the bookstore.
What year?
Well, he delivered it in 1960, but in 1986, when I was a student, I was required to read that and sign off that I had read it like it was a creed. Mm-hmm. And I did. I did. I didn't.
It says what? Like the most offensive thing about it is?
There's a reason the Chinese are in China. You don't want to make trouble. don't go messing up the lines, the boundary lines between us. Don't listen to evangelists of a certain, what did he call it? A certain kind?
It's basically
certain type.
dog whistling against interracial
Yes.
dating and marriage.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Segregation Scriptural was the title of it.
Yeah. Okay.
I couldn't find a copy of it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. In what year?
This is 2010.
Okay.
I was like, so many of us had to read this. I can't find a copy. So no library had it. Now the BJU library had it. I wasn't yet banned at this point.
From the campus.
From the campus, not yet. That came in 2012. But I knew that they wouldn't let me look at it. I knew that I was still a persona non grata. So and at the time, if you did go up to see that sermon into the BJU archives, you could not take a picture. You could not photocopy it. You could only write out the whole thing with a pencil because you're in an archive. They didn't want people to have a physical copy of it.
And there wasn't a copy of it on the internet.
No, not yet.
Oh, that's crazy. This is kind of like the Mormon temple ceremony.
Yes.
That was kept secret.
It's exactly like that.
Until
Yes.
somebody exposed it on the internet.
So
Or in books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got 3 people, different people, friends of mine, that gave me had pieces of the copy. None of them had a complete copy, so I had to get pieces of it. Mark Robinson, Harry McCall, and Greg Easton all gave me copies. And I pieced it together, I transcribed it, and I posted it on my blog. So now it was public. And I thought, I got to research this more. I got to do my speech teacher thing, my speech critic thing. He delivered it on April 17th, 1960. I thought, what could have provoked him to do that? So I went to the newspapers. Well, first I went to the calendar. I found out this was on Easter morning he delivered this sermon. On the most holy day on the Christian calendar, the day that we celebrate the resurrection and salvation, he's preaching about racial segregation. Come to find out, on the Good Friday before, the day before, the Good Friday is when we remember our sins, what put Christ on the cross. As you all put in the Garden of Gethsemane, we focus on the cross. Billy Graham had published in his syndicated column calling Southern white Protestants to push out Jim Crow. He said, Jim Crow must go. He was calling them to integration. I found that this was in 1960. I found out that there had been a long-standing antagonism with Billy Graham and race. I found several expressions of it. But 1960, it was his saying, Jim Crow must go, that antagonized Bob Jones Sr. so much that he went to rage on his radio show and delivered that sermon. And I thought, that's it. I realized that's why we hate Billy Graham. That question that I'd asked my brother as a freshman, why do we hate Billy Graham? I don't know, he would say. That was why, because Billy Graham, and there's a lot of reasons to criticize Billy Graham. I understand that. But he was foregrounding, thanks to probably what Eisenhower asked him to do, he was foregrounding integration. And that was beyond the pale for Bob Jones Sr.
So basically, you're BJU's Sandra Tanner and Matt Harris at the same time.
Okay. Fair enough.
But you signed that pamphlet?
Well, I signed it. I'm 18. I signed it. I didn't understand it. I know I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I really read it.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't think I had to sign that I agreed with it. I had to sign that I read it.
Okay.
But Bob Third, the kids call him Triple Sticks, but Bob Third would preach about, he would rant and rave about segregation a lot in faculty meeting. It was very important to them. It was very important.
Yeah, I that part we can totally relate to is like growing up with one understanding no, and learning later that your faith was built on a rotten core of bigotry, and that was at some point withheld and even, put down the memory hole to prevent current members from learning about the church's past.
Right.
Very important, central, core doctrinal past, right?
Clearly it was important to him.
Yeah.
And when Bob III went to Larry King to remove the rule, Larry King's show on March 3rd, 2000, when he was in the middle of campaign 2000 and all that scrutiny, he said, this doesn't mean a thing to us. Our students don't hear it preached. We don't care. Everybody's making a big deal about this, and we don't care. No, we all knew. We graduates knew this was a big deal.
Yeah.
And he's lying again, like you're saying.
And our Gordon B. Hinckley went on Larry King Live and said, well, we don't really, polygamy, I don't,
I didn't know that.
It's not really doctrine. You know what I mean? Even though it really is, but what he was trying to say is we don't practice it, but we still believe in it, but it's still scriptural, but we stopped doing it. But he just nuanced it and said, it's no longer doctrinal. You know what I mean?
What year did he do that? You remember?
Wow. I'm going to say in the early 90s.
Okay. So earlier. So probably we got that from you all. Going on Larry King to defend and twist and...
Yeah, and he also, we have the belief that Mormons have the belief that Mormons become gods.
Right.
And then there was scrutiny, and then eventually Gordon B. Hinckley said publicly, I don't know that we teach it. I don't know that we emphasize it, because as the Godmakers movie
I remember
starts
that.
coming
I saw
on
that.
in the early 80s. That Godmakers, that means they think they're going to become gods, and evangelicals didn't like that.
Yeah, oh boy, I remember that.
So, Gordon B. Hinckley had to thread this needle of telling the world, no, we don't have that weird belief that you could become gods, so we could be friends with the evangelicals. But then he would come back, and he would say that publicly, and then he would come back to the Mormons and sort of joke and say, some people think I don't understand Mormon doctrine, but let's just be clear. I understand Mormon doctrine. And everyone would laugh. And so he could code switch and speak one way to the public and then another way back to the membership. And so Larry King was doing that shuffle with Larry.
Okay.
Gordon B. Hinckley was doing that shuffle with Larry King Live, just like Triple Sticks was.
Exactly. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I need to go back
There's
and
a lot
find
of parallels.
Yeah, boy, that is striking. I need to go back and listen to that just for empathy's sake, to feel it with.
Or when they'd ask Gordon B. Hinckley about black people or gay people, he'd be like, we love everybody. We welcome all to come.
Love everybody.
But, no apologies. No taking responsibility.
No, never apologize.
Right.
The phrase is standing without apology. That's how BJU sees itself.
Oh my gosh.
Do not apologize.
And we have our number 2 in command is on record saying we neither request nor give apologies.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
I swear we have the same lawyers, the same consultants.
I guess. And the apologies, I don't know why they think it's so bad. I don't.
because it means they weren't led by God.
Well, okay, I guess you're right.
That's why you can't disobey, and that's why you can't question, because then they're not led by God. It's all about authority.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Now that, totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they are the authority, in the whole Animal Farm, some of us are more equal than others. Everybody's equal, but some of us are more equal than others.
So how are you guys today? How are you doing?
Well, we're fine. We're great, actually.
I'm surprised. Do you ever worry about your safety staying in that hometown?
Oh yeah, I've had I have the Furman University Police on my contact list. I've had. That's when I say that my kids' school, my church, and Furman have protected us, because BJU people have targeted my kids at their school. They've called my church to create trouble. And then I've gotten death threats that caused the Furman police to protect me. So
That's serious.
yeah, when women speak online, they're going to get targeted, is how I figure. But I'm thankful that I have that protection around me. People don't like women acting. That's just it.
Why stay in the shadow of BJU? Why not move?
That's a great question, and I don't know the answer to that. That's a great. I mean, lots of people say, "Why don't you leave?" I'm like, I don't know why I don't.
I would never do that.
I don't know why. I mean, really. It's. I mean, it is my home. I do like Greenville. I've lived there a long time. The weather's nice, and now my kids are 2 South Carolina boys who love pulled pork barbecue and pimento cheese, and so that's where we are.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons we brought you on Mormon Stories, because that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of punk rock, I'll say.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, that's cool. I just, I don't know why. I don't know if because there are things that I still get kind of, South Carolina mystifies me because I am a Detroiter and I understand Detroit, but that's where I am.
So tell us real quickly some of the articles or books you published tied to BJU.
Okay, so my dissertation is called Romancing the Difference, and that was through Baylor University Press. That's the first one.
Oh, so like the other types of Baptists were okay publishing the dig on the Fundamentalist Baptists. That's funny.
Yes. And Marty Medhurst, who's Catholic. Bless. Anyway, then my second book was an anthology called White Nationalism and Faith. And it was a conversation from the last century, how religion uses racist arguments, essentially. And then my third book was the ERA book with my friend, and another anthology, 100 Years of Women Debating the Equal Rights Amendment.
And the Mormons...
Yes.
We kind of take credit for...
You should. Yeah, you should.
For defeating it.
Oh, for defeating it. Wah. But there's also a formidable strain that has argued for it, though.
Now,
I mean, Sonia Johnson, though. Sonia Johnson.
But I mean, back in the 70s, our church leaders mobilized the membership to defeat the ERA.
With Barbara Smith was one of the voices that we included.
Like Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, there were like several states that we made the difference,
Yeah.
They kept it from being ratified. Yeah.
Yeah, which is... And on Sonia Johnson Day in my class when we taught that, she was part of the people that went on hunger strike. Mm-hmm. And she said, she didn't say this. She said, I just want some scrambled eggs right now, when she was on hunger strike. And a friend of hers said, I just would kill for a Fresca. So I brought in Fresca for the class to relate to them, because they had never had Fresca, bless them. And then my final book is called Fundamentalism, Bob Jones at the Intersection of Race, Religion, and White Supremacy. And that is where this book took 15 years to research, write, and get published. It's been a lot of hustle. So it is done. And that's where I prove that Bob Jones Sr., the founder of my alma mater, Bob Jones University, was a member of the Ku Klux Klan. And that his neighbors said that he founded Bob Jones College, quote, to teach Klanism, close quote. And that just floored me. It still floors me. So whatever it was that Bob Jones College and Bob Jones University has taught, whatever it is that they have taught, that's fundamentalism.
Wow. So what would be like? That'd be like us finding out that Brigham Young or Joseph Smith was a Ku Klux Klan member.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Ku Klux Klan member.
Okay, so when did Brigham Young die?
Oh, I'm going to say the 1880s. Maybe?
Okay, so
1870s.
That could have been the first Ku Klux. There's 3 clans generally, and that could have been the first Klan, but that was the Reconstruction Klan. But I don't think it was very popular out west here. So
Yeah. Yeah. Or are you saying he might have been?
Well, no, I mean, I'm just thinking, how would I research that on Ancestry.com? But no, he probably wasn't, because it wasn't, the first Ku Klux Klan was mostly in the Southeast.
Wow. Well, that's a pretty, I don't know, it's a distinguished academic record.
Well, thank you. Yeah, those are books. I've gotten articles. I've got articles on the sermon is segregation scriptural, because I wanted that to be known and I wanted it to be connected with my research. And I like to look for people who have resisted the Ku Klux Klan's dominance. So I have an article about a Georgian named Andrew Cobb Irwin who resisted the Klan. So
that's cool.
I like to find those.
And then how did you get turned on to Mormon Stories?
My friend Wanda is another rhetorician, and she and I were comparing notes, and she crochets. I knit, she crochets. She said, I am just going to sit down this winter break and crochet and watch Under the Banner of Heaven. And she said, it sounds really good. And I was like, she said, I'm just going to binge it. So I thought, hey, that sounds interesting. I'll watch that. This was this last Christmas. And when the protagonist got to the red book in that story, and he was hiding it, which is the Tanner's book. So Shadows is in the title. I can't remember.
Mormonism, Shadow, or Reality?
Yeah, there we go. And he was hiding it, and it was something that he couldn't. I was like, wait a minute, I got to figure out what is that red book, and why is it verboten, and who are the Tanners? And that just led me to Mormon Stories and all the interviews, and I've been binging on that too.
So what about Mormonism has resonated with you?
The high demand religion is very similar. The scrutiny is similar. The way your comment a few weeks ago, they don't make it. They make sure that you don't leave with your dignity intact. It's like, that sounds familiar. What I think the Mormon Stories helps me is that the ex-Mormon community is robust enough and big enough and mature enough that it can give strategies for survival, for resilience and resistance. And I admire that about you all, and I want to absorb it. So your combination you do of history and therapy. I think history is therapeutic. I think documenting is therapeutic. And so I find that same melding in Mormon Stories. Wow.
That's so mind-boggling to me that someone from your background would find our stuff curious enough to watch more than half of an episode.
I'm one of the bingers. Yeah, especially when it comes to the I just love the history part. That's just nerdy American history stuff. But the women, the Mormon feminists are formidable, and I appreciate them. And your ability to listen with people who are not like you, I think, is admirable too.
Well, Camille Lewis, I can't thank you enough for being willing to come on Mormon Stories.
Thank you.
This has been lovely.
Good.
We did it in one episode.
Wow. Good. I've enjoyed it. I hope it helps other people too.
Oh, it will.
Okay.
And really quickly, I just want to say a couple things. Don't leave. Couldn't do this without our donors. So if you're a donor, thank you. We minimize our ads on Spotify and YouTube, and we don't do product placements, partly because we think that just desecrates what we do. So we exist based on donors. So if you're a donor, thank you. If you're not a donor and you value this type of content, all you got to do is go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor, and that will allow us to keep doing what we do. There are other ways to support us: subscribing to our channels on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, etc., liking these episodes, sharing them with others, commenting, emailing us, giving us feedback. All that is useful as well. Spreading the word. So thank you. Also, hopefully y'all love us interviewing people from other faith traditions. We're going to have some Scientologists on soon. We're going to have potentially a former rabbi and a rabbi's son on, if that works out. But we love interviewing Never Mormons, and we also love interviewing Mormons. And the way you get on Mormon Stories is to go to mormonstories.org, apply to be on, leave a little 3-minute video, fill out the application, and then we'll review it. And if you can convince us that your story will connect with our audience in new and exciting, interesting ways, then we'll invite you. So that's how you got on.
That's right. That's right.
And that's how the rest of you can get on. So
yes,
it's doable.
Yes, it
it's
is
possible.
doable.
Yeah.
And enjoyable.
Yeah.
So thank you.
So anyway.
And you even get epiphanies from the two of you listening. So I appreciate
fun.
that. Yeah.
All right. So anyway, if people want to get a hold of you, Camille Lewis, how do they do that?
Well, probably the best way is queenlewis@gmail.com.
Okay. QUEEN.
LEWIS. Yeah, I'm the only woman in the house, so that's where I got that.
Okay, queenlewis@gmail.com.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much,
Thank you.
Camille. Thanks to everyone for joining us today. Thanks to Margie. Thanks to Brooklyn and Julia and our board at the Open Stories Foundation that make all this possible. Give us your ideas. Give us your feedback. If you love this, if you didn't love this, if you have other ideas, we want to hear it. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.